What's going on, yo? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, we're here. We're here. No too watchful. I did not push back the time. Too watchful says, "What the deal, room? Did Z push back the time yet?" No. So I'm going to occasionally do this where I have like a bunch of stuff I was either emailed or that I saw on someone else's channel or an article or something that I kind of archive, and then I'll maybe do a stream where I just like dump all of these things and we'll speak about them. So this is the first time I'm doing this, so y'all give Z a bit of grace. Um, there's three things that I want to cover. They're not too lengthy, pause. Um, and two of which I've referenced before. One of which is new, and I really want to speak about this one because I think it says everything, right? Um, so we'll go through the two that I've referenced before and the one that's really new. And I haven't seen anyone speak on this one. So we're gonna start this off with our fair use, because two of the clips are from somewhere else, a different platforms or different channels. Um, so once again, fair use. We're going to be speaking about these things because I think it says a lot. So what I'm going to do, um, I was thinking about just playing them back to back, and then speaking about them. But we're going to speak about this first one first because I think it says a lot about what we speak about here. So here we go. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I should be bringing up a panel today. This is still a reckless stream, but not so reckless, but still a reckless stream. So reckless tax in effect. Um, the reason why we're covering these things, it is conversation gumbo, but I think these kind of paint a lot of the theme of this channel when we speak about the ladies, um, from across race, to be frank. But I think these three clips say a lot here, right? So we'll play this first one first, and we'll speak about it on the other end. And here you go.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off, other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
Message.
Right? To all black women, they sell you on the feminism stuff, right? That's what these ladies sell you on. They sell you on the feminism stuff. This lady said to your face, if it benefits me, I know I realized it a little too late, Terrell, but I caught it. I caught it, but I realized a little too late. I didn't get too much off. Anyway, though, thank you, Terrell. But yeah, this white lady to your face, dear black women, message to your face. This young white woman looked at her student loan debt and said to herself and said to you on camera, if it benefits me, well, first of all, ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. Yes, she did say that. Um, but she also went on to say, if it benefits me, is it the patriarchy or is it a helping hand? If it benefits me, is it the patriarchy or is it a helping hand? A white woman looked you in the face and said that, right? Once again,
Message.
huh? This is what it is. This is why so many working class white women, some Latinas, definitely black women, y'all get left out here in the lurch. Y'all listen to these middle class, upper middle class white feminists, rah rah rah, burn your bra, and then and woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle type talk, and there's a special place in hell for women who turn on other women. All that crap they sell y'all. And the second things get a little teeny tiny bit tough, just a little bit tough, they go tuck themselves under one man's scrotum and watch the rest of y'all struggle, and they'll rah 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 with you on the feminism stuff, but they won't tell you they're your class enemy, huh? They won't tell you, hey, I ain't divorcing my husband for nothing. I'm not leaving my man for anything. Those ladies will never tell you that. They'll know their husband cheating on them with you, and they still won't divorce their husband. But where they going? Uh-oh. Huh? She looked you in the face and said, let's play it again. Let's play it again. Let's play it again so that y'all can hear it again. Here we go.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're gonna rip the band-aid off. We're gonna check our student loan debt. And I kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm gonna die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm gonna die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm gonna be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
Mrs. Z might have cut that off a little too early when she says the helping hand. I gotta get that part just in case anybody's denying that she actually said it. Huh? If it benefits me, is it the patriarchy or is it a helping hand? That lady looked you in the face and said that. Where are all you feminists? Huh? Rah, rah, rah. Where are all you feminists? This lady said, if it benefits me, is it the patriarchy or is it a helping hand? Huh? So many black women are on this rah, rah, rah thing. Single as hell. They made their children's lives miserable because they kept their father away. They made that man's life miserable. Y'all listen to older versions of this woman 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, 35 years ago. Y'all listen to older versions of this white woman. And she told you straight up. She checked her student loan debt and she was like, yep, but that time to go sugar baby or go find me a rich man or really stable, let's be honest. Rich man, because she don't got the looks for rich. Rich man or stable man to get up under. That's essentially what she just expressed to you in so many words. Huh? And Trell says to Detroit, she's ready to be a sugar baby, so I think she'll rather sell cooch than her kidneys. Look, for her, I think any way the money comes, pun intended. If she could find a dude that'll trick off on her and all she gotta do is bust it wide open, she'll do it. If she find one of these lames that find her attractive, all she gotta do is do the relationship thing, she'll do it. Huh? Shout out to all the dudes who don't realize that all you are to your lady is a safety net. Huh? Especially you white guys. At least black men have a understanding how black women see it. These white guys be getting so sideswiped. Black men be getting sideswiped too, let's be clear. But white guys, straight 18-wheeler. 18-wheeler T-bone in the intersection. Huh? Oh man. So this is a young white woman who told you straight up what it is. Huh? She told you straight up. There's no denying. Shout out to all the people who act like women don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. That lady not no 30 something years old. She's not 40 some odd years old. She told you, so she recently graduated, so let's say she's what, 23, 24 maybe? Maybe 22, but some probably 23, 24-ish, at least at time of recording. Huh? If it benefits me, is it the patriarchy or is it a helping hand? Wow. Y'all want to know where all that feminism goes, all that rah 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 feminism goes when the good looking white man walk in the room. Mr. Z know what he's saying when I say it. When that white man with some money walk in the room, all that feminism crap go out the window for all women. White, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise. LGBTQ also. Oops. Huh? If you don't believe me, go ask Miss de Blasio. Goddamn Z. And she's not the only one. Rah, 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 pansexual, non-binary feminist, anti-systems of oppression, anti-hierarchy. Henry Cavill walk in the room. All that crap go out the window. Huh? Henry Cavill walk in the room. All that stuff go out the window. All of a sudden, there's another Superman in town. Huh? Uh-oh. So that's why Mr. Z says, let the ladies talk. This is why we let them talk. Shout out to all the other, particularly black male content creators who kind of speak about the relationship, intimacy, sex thing online. Because now there's no denying it. For all of us who think we were pleading our case and there's no way the elders don't get it, the Dave Ramseys and all these other old fogies, white, black, Latino, Joe Scarborough, I know all these kick-ass women, and it's not up to you. Y'all raise spoiled brats with degrees. We ain't trying to marry them. I know all these kick-ass women, and the men are just not on their level. We don't care what you talking about. Tell your daughter to go munch on each other. Now, now we've flooded. You want to talk about flooding the zone, huh? We flooded the internet and social media with this stuff. White guys, black guys, Latino guys, Asian guys, we flooded social media with the hypocrisy that's the women. And I'm not gonna blame the black boomers for this one. All of these lame ass white boomer men, there's no way that if you spend 5 seconds on social media and the internet, I don't care what your algorithm's feeding you. You see the hypocrisy that is your daughter. You know why so many of your daughter and your daughter's friends are single in their 20s, their 30s, their 40s. So now you're just pretending. Let's be very clear. You're trying to shirk off your brat ass daughter on one of these unsuspecting men. And we said no. That's what it really is, huh? That's why you're pretending like you don't know the brat that you raised. Okay, cool, she has a college degree. Okay, cool, she making some good money in her career. Did you raise a wife, though? Ooh. Did you and your wife or ex-wife or baby mom, your ex-girlfriend, did you and your ex-girlfriend, your ex-wife, your baby mother, did y'all raise a wife in your daughter? Huh? No wonder y'all keep on pretending. Look, the young men, when I say young men, I'm really talking about under the age of like 50, have made their case. They have flooded the internet with all of these type of videos. Whether it's Twitter, whether it's Instagram, whether it's YouTube, it doesn't matter. All over the place. World Star everywhere. are videos of these Latinas, these black women, these white women. They're either drunk and violent in public. They're disgusting. They, I don't need no man. Then they're single as hell, living in their car. They're hypocrites. They're trying to shame the nerdy men that they didn't find attractive in high school and in college to turn around and marry them when they're single baby mother. We flooded the man. When I say we flooded the internet with the truth, with the hypocrisy, so you know it's a concerted effort because anytime they put a microphone in front of those women's faces or those men's faces on The View, on Joe Scarborough, Morning Joe, on CNN, on Fox News, whenever they, whether this is the one thing conservatives and progressives are equal on. We gotta protect the women. We can't tell the truth that they're assholes with degrees. They're gold digging, mean, condescending, rude, materialistic, consumerist assholes. Huh? We're always going to say the men are messing up. We're never, ever, ever, ever going to say anything about how the women are behaving. That's the one thing. There's two things in America that the left and the right agree on: military and pretending like nothing's wrong with the women. Huh? That's one thing they can agree on. Keep on increasing that military budget and pretend like there's nothing wrong with these women. Huh? Thank you, Afro National. Did you raise a wife, though? Say it again. Did you raise a wife, though? Huh? So we're going to play that for y'all one more again, just in case anybody didn't hear it. Shout out to all of you that are just now entering the room, right? But the young lady said I've made reference to this before, but she told you exactly what it is. Huh? So here y'all
In
go.
honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the band-aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off, other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
Maybe it's just a helping hand. Huh? If it benefits me, maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand. And look how casually she was willing to sell her box. Huh? I just want everyone to understand, for many of your women in America, quite frankly, globally, oops, right? When in doubt, put the box out. Goddamn, Z. I'm rhyming. Bars. Huh? When in doubt, leverage the box. Huh? So look how easily she just, and how casually she just, yeah, well, I'll just start leveraging the box then. Huh? Hysterical, Adric. Adric said, Linda Hand Foundation. Huh? Man. Good line. And Nema says, the tighter the money, the tighter the dress. Huh? When that money get tight, that dress get tighter. Nema, apparently. I agree. Huh? You gotta love it. We play these clips, we cover these things because it does have social, political, economic repercussions. Huh? This lady is telling you that she's in student loan debt up to her eyeballs, and now she's looking at the patriarchy a little differently. First of all, the framing, I don't know how much I agree with it, but fine, let's go with it. Now she's looking at the patriarchy differently. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. I keep on saying the women are not, they're not getting off of this train. Huh? The women are not getting off of this train. Shout out to all of you who keep on shaming the young men. The women aren't getting off of this train. Y'all wasting y'all breath. The women are just as invested, more invested in the patriarchy. That's if I agree with your framing, and I don't, but still, let's go with it. The women are more invested. Listen, we already know. Shout out to Leon and those of us that are 60 plus hours a week club. The women ain't signing up for that. No way, no how. No way. They want to. Hey, could I have a man do that for me, please? No? Me? Please? Huh? The ladies are not signing up for what it takes. Y'all told the lady, hey, by the way, y'all want this equality thing? Are you sure about that? All right, we okay. We'll put that weight on your shoulders. And for most of the women, they felt a little bit of weight. And they were like, oh, nope, 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 nope. Let me go find a man to go tuck myself under for at least 5 to 10 years. Huh? And if you doubt me, let me play this clip for you guys again. It's about 5.5 minutes long. Let's let Anne Marie Slaughter explain to y'all what happens when the women feel like you're telling them to sign up for a man that in their mind is less than them. Once again, Anne Marie Slaughter is being very clear. She's super clear. This is not about how the men see the women. This is not about how the men see their manhood. I heard you, Adam Conover. Everybody, whenever they talk about the patriarchy and changing the way men see masculinity, nobody want to talk about how much the men are not budging because the women are hypocrites. We went to your daughters with this whole flowery rainbow crap ass masculinity, that soft ass masculinity, and your daughters were like, "What the hell is this?" Y'all got 10, maybe 15% of these different type of women who are okay with a different type of presentation of manhood in America. And y'all put all of y'all chips on, well, if we got 10 or 15%, we can expand that out. 2 decades later, 3 decades later, 4 decades later. Huh? So we're gonna play this clip. This one y'all have seen before. And we'll let Anne Marie Slaughter describe to you what happens and how the women speak when you tell them, oh, you're gonna have to change the way you see manhood, right? And we'll speak about this on the other end.
Also, we were talking downstairs before we came in about the ways in which you think that masculinity, in a sense, is called into question. This is a discussion about feminism, truth and lies, but this is also has to be a conversation about masculinity and what that might mean. So you can answer either of those. You can forget about the happiness and just do the masculinity, or whichever way.
Well, the Happiness Project one, I think, is part of the earlier piece of the backlash. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the idea that, Ariana Huffington, again, has done the third metric, that we should be measuring our lives and our success or achievement, or whatever word you want, in terms of what makes us fulfilled. And the answer to that is rarely just another rung on the career ladder or more money or more power. It is the sum total of our relationships as human beings, and our appreciation of beauty. And, I get more pleasure watching my birds at the bird feeder every morning than through countless things I do later in the day. I'm going to make time to do that, or my first cup of coffee, or the site of the Princeton campus, which is one of the most beautiful places in the world. So I think that, again, that's just the pendulum swinging back, and we do need it. We've gotten way, way, way out of whack. Men and masculinity.
Yeah.
So
this is a new book, right?
This is what I'm writing about in my book, and as the sister of two brothers and the mother of two sons, particularly as the mother of two sons, I think about this a lot. And this goes exactly to truth and lies, because as feminist women, we want to be equal. But if you say to us, yeah, but you know what, male CEOs have full-time caregivers at home. Find me a male CEO who has a family, who has a wife or a partner, who is not the lead caregiver. I defy you to find me that person. So then you say to the same women, so if we want to be CEOs, yes, we're superhuman and all that stuff, but you know what? Actually, you can't really expect us to do 24/7 jobs any differently than the guys do. So if we're going to be there and we're going to be in those top positions, we need a lead caregiver at home, as I have. I mean, my husband obviously has a full-time job, that's great, but he's the lead parent, because I could not be the lead breadwinner if he were not the lead parent. I simply couldn't. Somebody's got to be home. I mean, even at 15 and 7, actually, particularly at 15 and 17, somebody has to be home.
Yeah, right.
As we discovered, we saw The Doll's House last night. We came home. Our 15-year-old had been home alone. Somebody ought to be home. So
the place was trash.
a bit. Pizza boxes. We won't go there. So then you say, okay, so you want to be the CEO or the president of the university or the surgeon or the scientist, whatever. You've got to marry somebody who is willing to support you in the homework, the family work, in the way he's going to support you. Believe me, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do without him, but that's probably what you're going to have to do. And maybe you'll trade off, but he's going to have to do that part of the time. And at that point, many women get off the bus. They don't want to marry a guy.
Message.
They don't think a guy like that is masculine. Indeed, the guys who do that, I know I'm in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is the home of, Brooklyn gives the lie to all this. There are more stay-at-home dads here than probably anywhere else in the U.S., or work-from-home dads, or lead caregiver dads, or however you want to put it. But in most places in the U.S., those dads report that the women they engage with on the playground think they're a little odd. Do not think of them as a model of masculinity. We can't have it both ways, right? Just as
Right.
I was told growing up, don't be too smart. You don't be too smart around a guy. He won't want you. Well, right, that vision of femininity had to change. It had to change. Guys had to think that women who were powerful and smart and competitive were attractive, because otherwise we couldn't do it. Well, you know what? We have to think that a guy who puts his family first, that a guy who says, no, I want to be the lead parent. I'm going to defer a promotion. I'm not going to be the most powerful guy out there. We have to say, you are a masculine, valued, wonderful man. And if we can't get there, we are not going to make this kind of change, because we've gotten as far as we can get without doing that. We've got 15% of unbelievable super women who get really lucky, right, or who have a lot of money, or who are just really superhuman, who manage to make it work, but we're not going to get further than that. So it's really about changing the way we think about it. It's not only, but a lot of it is about changing how we think about men and what we think a masculine, attractive guy is.
That's the question for the coming generation, as it were.
Yep.
That's going to, okay.
Message. Did you hear that, Adam Conover? Every single, especially on the left, man, every single time it's time to critique manhood and masculinity, everybody goes 10 toes in, right? On speaking about how men raise men, and they'll say the society, they'll say families. No one, what I'm telling y'all, no one, especially on the left, ever says, by the way, the men report, or the men are saying that this is what the women want, and based off our numbers, yeah, it is. Yeah, these women is waxing poetic about feminism, and I am women, hear me roar, and I want a power couple, and and it's the men that are insecure about when you have money and education, but when we actually do the research, The women aren't divorcing the men because of money. The women aren't marrying the men because of money and status and formal education. When we actually do our research, the women are full of crap.
Message.
Huh? Anne Marie Slaughter said this. You heard the young white woman pretty much tell you, yeah, if I'm in need, is it patriarchy or is it a helping hand? Uh-oh. Huh? That's the real about it. And I'm watching so many of these people duck and duck. And especially since the 2024 election, even as we were approaching the 2024 election, it shout out to AB Media. AB Media remembers Z saying this forever ago. The left has a man problem. Huh? As we approach the 2024 election, the left want to play 1 foot in, 1 foot out. We don't want to offend the women. We don't want to say anything that's going to hurt their feelings. We don't want to say anything to the society about how they raised their sons and their daughters over the past 30, 40 years. We don't want to. Okay, so how can we appeal to the men? Not really. How can we shame them and coax them? This is where Barack Obama comes in. What can we do to get them to vote in this direction? Here come Barack Obama waving his finger and lecturing young black men. How did that work exactly? The majority of black men still voted for Democrats, but an increased amount of young black men in particular, voted in the opposite direction. Maybe they're tired of you condescending and lecturing them, like you did at Morehouse. Huh? N- Dear Barack, Dave Ramsey, Jordan Peterson, all of you. I'm not saying your individual daughters. I'm saying your daughter's age group and their cohort. The young men said, we're going to leave them out here. You better be prepared to raise her until you die. You're going to be looking out for her until you die because we ain't marrying them. Y'all raised the most insufferable women probably in human history. Y'all can have them. Keep them over there. We'll send them back when we're done smashing. Huh? Your little snarky, a-hole, mean, condescending, rude, consumerist, materialistic daughters, you can have them forever. You didn't raise them to be wives. That's why they're not wives. Huh? You didn't raise them to be wives. That's why they're not wives. Huh? Oh, man. So I'm going to play the clip for y'all one more again, and then we'll move on to the next one. This is the, first, let's say, third of this. And this white woman, young, early mid-20s, right? She says everything, right? And all the hypocrisy that we speak of here, she shows it right here. And here you go.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're gonna rip the band-aid off. We're gonna check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm gonna die with it. Like, I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm gonna die with it. Like, I don't know any way I'm gonna be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
If it benefits me, maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand. Oh boy. Yeah. I'ma love to see y'all deny this. You think you're gonna tear down the patriarchy? Yeah, right. FD, really? Huh? The women, I would argue the women in the West, in America, are more invested in a certain brand of patriarchy, white male patriarchy. They're white women, black women, Latina women, Asian women. I'm gonna play the clip in a minute. We're gonna leave that one for last. They're even more invested in the patriarchy than the men are. That's why I sit to FD. I sit in that first conversation. I emphasize it the second conversation. When it's time for y'all to talk to the women, that's if y'all ever grow a pair, and talk to the women. Okay, hey, look, we said equality to the men. We've been badgering them for the past 5, 6 decades, 2 centuries. We've been badgering them. Now, ladies, it's time for us to start talking to you about thinking about this different. Watch how they start acting. I said that to FD, what, over a year ago now? What did Anne Marie Slaughter say? When you tell the women that they're going to have to change their view of masculinity, that's when they get off the bus. When you tell them, by the way, okay, you look, you want to be the boss, you want to be queen boss at your job, you want to have the corner office, you're going to have to end up with a man that he takes a backseat in his career. And what did Anne Marie Slaughter say? That's when the women get off the bus. She ain't say nothing about how the men respond or act to that, because the men know. It's the women that say, yeah. And she says the women don't see that as masculine. Now, this is where the FDs of the world and all these other black feminists, whether they're man or woman, come in and say, well, that's boss girl feminism. That's white boss girl feminism. Listen, that's all of y'all, minus a handful. That's why Anne Marie Slaughter continued and said, Brooklyn gives the lie to this. We've reached a market cap. It's about 15% of kick-ass women who get lucky or they have a different type of relationship, et cetera, et cetera. She covered all the bases because she knew some of y'all. No, that's boss girl feminism. That's a different. That's not real feminism. Yawn, huh? No, this affects the entire society. Mr. Z is not just ranting because the women won't get in line. No, 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 no. The men are responding to the environment. The young men are responding to the environment. This affects your entire society, your birth rate, your economy, your military, huh? All the social services or lack thereof, huh? Shout out to Elon Musk. This affects all of that. So this is not just some pop culture relationship BS conversation. The men responding to the women, the men responding to the environment, the men responding to these elders that raised their daughters to be insufferable brats with college degrees. Like that means something. Did you raise her to be a wife? Huh? That does affect your society. Exhibit A now. Huh? And then there was the internet and social media and high-speed internet and camera phones. And your daughters are talking and they sound like this young lady. Uh-oh. That's not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. Uh-oh. Is it the patriarchy? If I'm in need, is it the patriarchy or is it a helping hand? I said it already. The women are even more invested in this patriarchy, air quotes patriarchy, than the men are. Uh-oh. Huh? And Mr. Z, the final clip we're gonna play is gonna emphasize that, right? But let's move along. And once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. So we're gonna check them likes in a minute, y'all. We're gonna check them likes in a minute, right? So once again, um, fair use, and y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Okay, here we go, y'all. Here we go with the next clip. So this is another thing that I've made reference to before. I'll give y'all a little hint for some of y'all remember. So shout out to Dr. Dunbar, and that's the hint. Dr. Dunbar, if you're listening, you know why I just said shout out to Dr. Dunbar because I'm about to play this, and for some of us, it's gonna make us laugh because this is kind of an inside joke between me and Dr. Dunbar. I think a little bit Dr. Thunder also, but Here y'all go, and this should be a good one. And I've made reference to this before. I'm not gonna give any more hints. And here we go. All right, y'all. Once again, fair use.
Yeah, so it's really funny because when I wrote the book, I was talking to my mentor and I was like, since women dominate the category, I think I interviewed 62 people. I think 40 or 50 of those were women. So 19 were men. So you do that, you do the math. I could have written a book just about Black women, but I didn't want to. And part of the reason why I didn't want to is because I think that it's not just a Black woman issue.
Yeah. Right.
There are at least 19 Black men out there who have never been married, don't have any children. I interviewed them, right?
At least.
I'm like, at least 19, right? There's one that was married. He had a child. So I'm like, we got to take you out of the data set. Like, why did you wait 75 minutes into this interview to tell us this stuff?
Yeah.
But anyways, but one of the things that was really, and I'm glad that I did, because that's when we started to normalize those non-romantic nurturing relationship. That was a gender difference that I saw show up. Another gender difference, what I thought is so fascinating, as I as a sociologist struggle with what this actually means. So the women were hopeful that they would get married one day, and for the men, it was just a matter of time before they did. And when I think about that as a sociologist, I'm like, so are Black men that I interview just choosing the lesser of two evils? So if we're talking about, how we need to pick and who we need to pick, we really should be talking to Black men sometimes and not necessarily talking to Black women. But Black women, they are all on us, like what we should and should not be doing.
I agree.
So I appreciate that I had the Black men in the book because there were some gender nuances that I picked up, and I'm so happy that I included them.
Yeah. Okay. So, respect of elders in respect of our academics, particularly our Black academics. So Mr. Z gonna talk to Dr. Chris Marsh a little differently. Dr. Chris Marsh, Mr. Z doesn't have a college degree, definitely don't have an advanced degree. I am blue collar, so I am nowhere. Mr. Z is working class. I am nowhere in the cohort that you are speaking of. But I know some of the people that you're speaking of. I've worked with them. I have some of them in my family. I have some of them as relatives. Dr. Chris Marsh, it's because the men mean it. It's not a threat. It's not a temper tantrum. Huh? The reason why for the men, it's an age. When they hit a certain age, I'm not doing it, is because they mean it. Dr. Chris Marsh, especially as Black people, you as a Black woman do not appreciate how insufferable Black women can be, particularly educated Black women. You can't tell them nothing. They put all of their chips, Dr. Chris Marsh, they put all of their chips on negative liberty. All of them. Dr. Chris Marsh, the reason why the men, because in our minds, it's all about us and our money anyway. We're going to have to pay for the bulk of things anyway. If we mess around and have children with her, guess what? It's about us and our money anyway. And she's probably still going to divorce us anyway. That's why, Dr. Chris Marsh, we're not going to be kept. We're not going to be subsidized. We're not going to have expensive gifts. We're not going to be bought on expensive trips. Huh? If we meet a woman that earns as much as us, I'm talking about, I'm speaking for those guys in that level. Mr. Z's not one of them. Who's going to be paying for the cruise? Who's going to be paying for the trip to Africa to connect with our ancestors? Who's going to be paying for the trip to Europe? Who? Okay, fine. She make $250,000 a year. You make $250,000 a year. What does that mean when it's all about your money anyway? Huh? You mess around. You're 50. You're 52. You meet a 37-year-old who has a PhD. She's making $250,000. She's making $200,000 a year, right? She's professional. Y'all get married. She gets pregnant. Y'all have a child. Guess what? It's still on you. Huh? It's still on you. The men are wondering, should I start the clock at 50 and 52? Should I start the clock at 48? Some men are going to say yes. Many men are going to say no. That's why, Dr. Chris Marsh. That's why. It's that simple. That's why. To be frank with you, Dr. Chris Marsh, it's because the men know, whether they vocalize it or not, the men know the women are hypocrites, Dr. Chris Marsh. The men do not trust the women. How many of those men are going to tell you that in that interview? I seriously doubt it. Especially black men. They know better. They know how black women are going to respond to that. Especially if they're being interviewed by you or one of your, whoever you had interviewing interviewees or interviewer. Anyway, huh? The men know the women are hypocrites, Dr. Chris Marsh. That's cool. She's highly educated and she's professional and she's white collar and she's a feminist and she's I am women hear me roar, but now she's married to you and half of what she said went out the window. Most of what she said, oops. The men know it, Dr. Chris Marsh. They know it in their soul. If you want to know why the women, they still hold out hope. And the men said, yeah, if I reach this age, if I reach this milestone and I don't have it, I don't want it. Because we know the time and the energy and the money that's it is going to take to maintain this relationship, and God forbid we have a child. And she's still, especially in the black community, she's still your wife, is still likely to divorce your ass, Dr. Chris Marsh. That's why. And Dr. Chris Marsh, don't expect the masses of men to admit it either. Why would they? Huh? Some will. It's that simple. So we're going to play this again so I can see what Mr. Z is speaking of. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, I've made reference to this before, right? I think there is this kind of either ignorance or willful ignorance. There's this, and I'm glad that Dr. Chris Marsh actually interviewed professional black men, and she saw that there was a there was a difference here in the way the men saw being single and the way the women saw being single. I'm glad she made mention of that. As a matter of fact, y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Okay, we're back. My apologies, but yeah, and for those of you, I wanted to make sure to have the title of Dr. Chris Marsh's book, so that y'all could look it up if you wanted to, and the book is the Love Jones Cohort: Single and Living Alone Class for the Black Middle Class, right? And I've made reference to this before. Um, I've watched I don't know how many interviews of Dr. Chris Marsh saying this. By the way, this is not the only time she said this. She said this on multiple interviews. That same part about she don't know what's going on, where the men see it one way and the women see it a different way when it comes to marriage after a certain age, right? So we'll play it again. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and here we go.
Yeah, so it's really funny because when I wrote the book, I was talking to my mentor and I was like, since women dominate the category, I think I interviewed 62 people. I think 40 or 50 of those were women. So 19 were men. So you do that, you do the math. Mm-hmm. I could have written the book just about black women, of course, but I didn't want to. And part of the reason why I didn't want to is because I think that it's not just a black woman issue. Yeah, right. There are at least 19 black men out there who have never been married, don't have any children. I interviewed them, right? At least, like, at least 19, right? There's one that was married. He had a child, so like, we got to take you out of the data set. Like, why did you wait 75 minutes into this interview to tell us this stuff? Yeah. But anyways, but one of the things that was really, and I'm glad that I did, because that's when we started to normalize those non-romantic nurturing relationship. That was a gender difference that I saw show up. Another gender difference, which I thought is so fascinating, as I as a sociologist struggle with what this actually means. So the women were hopeful that they would get married one day, and for the men, it was just a matter of time before they did. And when I think about that as a sociologist, I'm like, so are Black men that I interview just choosing the lesser of two evils. So if we're talking about, how we need to pick and who we need to pick, we really should be talking to Black men sometimes and not necessarily talking to Black women. But Black women, they are all on us, like what we should and should not be doing.
I agree.
So I appreciate that I had the Black men in the book because there were some gender nuances that I picked up, and I'm so happy that I included them.
When Dr. Chris Marsh says we should be talking to the men about who we pick and why we pick and whatnot, Dr. Chris Marsh, if you're a Black man born and raised in America, does it really matter when the hood sister and the white collar professional sister both have the same view of you? Ooh, that you are not a white man? Yikes, that you can't tell them nothing? Oh, that they're gonna son you? Uh-oh. That they're overbearing? Yikes. Does it matter whether you're dealing with the sister from the hood with a kid or two from one guy, or if you're dealing with the white collar professional Black woman? The negative liberty is there regardless. Huh? Why they choose and who they choose doesn't really matter if you're a Black man seeking a Black woman in America. You're right. We should be talking to the Black men. And if you, Dr. Chris Marsh, you don't want us to start talking and telling y'all the truth. Dr. Chris Marsh, whether it's blue collar, white collar, Dr. Chris Marsh, Mr. Z, I am unmarried. I am in a relationship, but I am unmarried and I have no children. You don't want us to start talking about women in the dating scene, Black women in the dating scene, Dr. Chris Marsh. You don't. If we start being honest, whether that's white collar, if we took away the PC and the political correct in not offending Black women, and if single Black men start being honest about the dating scene concerning Black women, you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna write a book on it, Dr. Chris Marsh. I promise you that. Huh? God forbid you interview non-Black men who have dated Black women. Ooh. Huh? You're not gonna like it, Dr. Chris Marsh. I see why so many of our academics just keep on talking to the women and shaming the men, and wagging their finger at the men and belittling the men and insulting the men. And or you're intimidated by her success, and she has a big personality, and that's why you're intimidated. And she shows up there as her authentic self, and that's why you're intimidated. And you want to humble her. What did Dr. Sabrina Spring say? You want her to be pliant, huh? I see why y'all keep on telling yourselves that, because if the men actually spoke honestly, without the PC filter, and to hell with what you're not supposed to say in polite company, if Black men were honest, Dr. Chris Marsh, I promise you, you wouldn't write a book on that, huh? I think these things are staring y'all in the face. Y'all just don't want to accept it because in your mind it comes off sexist. The Black community is a matriarchy. And when you start dealing with highly educated Black women, they take that mate. And I'm saying matriarchy is really gynocracy. We already know gynocracy if you want to be accurate, matriarchy if you want to be kind. Dr. Chris Marsh, highly educated Black women take the matriarchy knob and they break it. They turn it from 10 and they break it when they try to turn to 12, 15, 20. It's overbearing. Dr. Chris Marsh, women file for 70 to 80% of divorces in America. If she's college educated, that goes up to 90. That's women writ large. What do you think it is for Black college educated women? Why would highly educated Black men sign up for that? Especially if they didn't have a oops baby in their 20s. They didn't mess around and get married because of shame or because of the church in their 20s or early 30s. Now they're comfortable, they're single, they have a little situationship going. These are real questions that you and many other black women, it would behoove you to ask yourself. It would benefit professional black women to ask yourself these questions. Why would a professional black man who has no children and who is not married, and let's say he's in his late 30s, his early mid 40s, his late 40s, why would he sign up for marriage now? Huh? Especially to a black woman. Why would he? That's a real question. Huh? I've said it before. The women are doing the strong, independent. I don't need no man. I'm good single. I'm right. I could do bad all by myself. And Dr. Chris Marsh told you straight up. See, all that sound nice. Mr. Z has said this, but in the privacy of their homes, they're crying themselves to sleep at night. All of that, I could do bad all by myself. They're lying. They're dying inside. Huh? We know they popping antidepressant pills. Huh? It's cold outside. And in this interview, Dr. Chris Marsh really tries to stress and emphasize the ladies doing their Golden Girls thing, right? Investing in your girlfriends, in your friendships, your non-romantic friendships. Dr. Chris Marsh, the women are already doing that. Black women in particular are already doing that. Shout out to A Life with Bree. A Life with Bree already said, look, I can't make up for the lack of intimacy with my homegirls. And that, I think the life of, with Bree is what, 23 years old, 24, 25 years old? Something like that. That's a black woman, a young black woman. She already saying that. And there's a number of young black women. Dr. Chris Marsh, you're these women's mother's age. They watch their mothers do it. They said they're not going to do it. They heard their mother crying themselves to sleep at night. They heard the buzzing from the rose toy. Oop, goddamn, Z. Huh? They heard the buzzing from the rose toy in the room next door. Dr. Chris Marsh, the jig is up. Everybody knows black women are lying and fronting about how good they are single and how they don't need no man. And they're strong and independent. They could do bad all by themselves. The investing in your non-romantic relationships and your homegirls and girlfriends are going to be the ones that are going to be more than likely there for you after divorce, during the marriage, when y'all going through problems and issues. Dr. Chris Marsh, I hear you. It hasn't worked in decades. That little and Dr. Chris Marsh made sure to emphasize to the black male interviewer um that she doesn't want to put this in a hierarchy where you're investing in your non-romantic relationships and friendships because you're not in an intimate relationship with the opposite sex. She's speaking about the women in particular here. Dr. Chris Marsh, you could say this to women all you want. Everyone knows the gold standard is the intimate relationship with the opposite sex. Everyone knows it. And as a black man, I've watched black women lie to themselves my entire life, lying to themselves about how they can make up for not being in an intimate relationship, definitely a marriage with a man, with friendship with women. And we ain't even going to talk about the friendships that extend and become more than friendships with other women. Oops. Dr. Chris Marsh, Mr. Z's in his late 30s. The young lady I referred to earlier, Life with Bree, is in her, what, early mid 20s. Over a decade separation. We know y'all lying. Goddamn. We know you're lying. Maybe not you, Dr. Chris Marsh, but your age group, yeah, you're lying. We know y'all miserable. We know y'all crying yourself to sleep at night. Why? Because you're our mothers and our aunts. That's why. We watch y'all try to make up for not being married to our fathers, right? Not making it work with the boyfriend you had for 2 and 3 and 4 years. We watch y'all try to make up for that with overly investing in your friendships, and it didn't work. You're still miserable. Maybe not you, Dr. Chris Marsh, but your age cohort, and you're lying about it. You're lying to yourself about it, and you're lying to other people about it. We watched that with Lonnie Love, huh? We watched that as much as y'all want to dance on Kevin Samuels' grave. We watched that with a number of women who called into Kevin. He would probe them with the questions, and they would admit they not that happy being single. Uh-oh, huh? Yikes. And Guy Incognito, give me a second, but I gotta read a Split Jim's comment right now. And Split Jim, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right, you get one of these. And a Split Jim says that's a good title for a book. If black men were honest, if black men were honest, black men would be called all type of misogynoirist, misogynist, sexist. Wait a minute, black men are already called that. Oops, huh? Dr. Chris Marsh, it's simple. The men know the women don't mean it. The women are hypocrites. We don't want to start the clock at 55, 57. For all men, it's a different age. For some men, it's 45. For some men, it's 50. For some men, it's 52, 55. But imagine, not all of us are super rich. We're not Robert De Niro or whoever it was that just became a father again, restarted the clock at what, 70 something? 70 some odd years old? Even for the cohort that you're speaking of that's earning $250,000 a year, 200, 250, $300,000 a year, and that are white collar professionals, they're not millionaires, huh? Starting the clock at starting the family and children clock at 58. You imagine? It's one thing to say starting the clock at 40. Okay, 42, 45. Well, to be honest with you, for men, once you start creeping past that 45, ah, 48, 50, ah, but definitely everything after 50, geez. Are you even going to be here to impart the wisdom and the knowledge on your child as a teenager and an early 20 some odd year old? When they get their heart broken for the first time, your son or your daughter, when they graduate college and university, when they looking to start their career, huh? These are real questions, and we're talking about black men here, huh? Philip D says that was Al Pacino. There was another old head too. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one. And thank you, Philip D. Al Pacino wasn't the only one. There's another one at the same time that got one of these ladies prego. You're right about Al Pacino, but it was another one also. Yeah. And for those of you who are just now getting into the room, we're reviewing this clip right here, right? And once again, let's do this. Before we do that, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And today's conversation gumbo, I should be bringing y'all on in a little bit because Mr. Z is not gonna be able to go too far today. So once again, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Conversation Gumbo. We're gonna bring up a panel in a little bit, but I'm going through these clips because these, and I'm gonna do this occasionally with what y'all email me. I think Detroit said he emailed me something earlier today. I'm gonna check it out in a little bit. Let's see if I can bring it up. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see how StreamYards is working with me. But yeah, once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And Dr. Chris Marsh, like, you can tell she's giddy. She got a big personality, highly educated black woman, professional black woman, and there's, standard issue professional black woman stuff here, right? Um, but once again, I think there's just, y'all don't appreciate men. You think we're looking for the same things y'all looking for, and maybe we're not, and that's okay. Like, the framing is always, well, you don't see the world the way I do, so there's might be something wrong with you. You might be a sexist. You might be misogynist. You might be misogynorist. Dr. Chris Marsh, you're right. The men aren't, the men give themselves a time or an age and they're not looking for this anymore. They're not holding out hope for this anymore. As a blue collar, faceless black man on YouTube, Dr. Chris Marsh, I would implore you to leave all the anti black or black misandry to the side and really consider, maybe you might want to do some research on this also, but really consider, why would men not want to start the clock at 50 or 52 or 55 or 57 years old? What about manhood that is true and accurate would cause the men not to want to start the clock? Not the way the men feel, because they love to do that. Well, the men feel this, but it's not true. BS. What do the men know? What are the men for sure about? What are the men seeing and experiencing that would cause them to not want to invest in a serious relationship that might turn into marriage, that might turn into fatherhood? Why would they not be holding out hope for this after the age of, whether it's 50 or 52 or 57 or 48 years old? I'm certain if you could leave the black men are defective idea to the side, you can figure it out. You are a PhD, you're highly professional, you're a researcher, demographer. Because I'm telling you, the research is punching you in the face. It's staring you right in the face. It's so obvious. Huh? What is it about manhood and performing manhood? Not just that the men tell the men they should do, but the women, including the professional white collar black women. What is it about performing manhood that's different than performing womanhood in America that would cause black men, professional black men, to say, after this age, I don't want to do it. I'll have a little situationship. I might have a little girlfriend, a little lady friend, but the whole marriage and husband and father thing, yeah, nope. Right? So let me play this clip again for you guys. For those of you just getting into the room, we're reviewing this. Shout out to Dr. Chris Marsh. I don't want to be too harsh. Rhyming. But I definitely think these are things that she should maybe consider. Maybe she might want to do a whole book on black men in dating and marriage, including maybe a chapter or two on professional white collar black men and the way they view the world, right? Blue collar black men and the way they view the world. That's a book waiting to happen. An honest book about single black men, single and childless black men, ranging from their mid 20s to maybe their 60s, mid 60s, let's say, but definitely 30 on up, in the way they view marriage, manhood, fatherhood, their dating stories, their view on black women, what they've heard and seen from black women, their view of non-black women, what they've seen and heard from them, that's a book waiting to happen. Huh? God damn, Raj. I'm over here trying to be cool and easy. Raj said, oh, F all that, Z. All right, I'm going to read the comment after this. I did not forget about you, Guy Incognito. I'm going to read the comment after this, Raj. Here you go.
Yeah, so it's really funny because when I wrote the book, I was talking to my mentor and I was like, since women dominate the category, I think I interviewed 62 people. I think 40 or 50 of those were women. So 19 were men. So you do that, you do the math. I could have written a book just about black women, but I didn't want to. And part of the reason why I didn't want to is because I think that it's not just a black woman issue.
Yeah. Right.
There are at least 19 black men out there who have never been married, don't have any children. I interviewed them, right?
At least.
I'm like, at least 19, right? There's one that was married. He had a child. So I'm like, we got to take you out of the data set. Like, why did you wait 75 minutes into this interview to tell us this stuff?
Yeah.
But anyways, but one of the things that was really, and I'm glad that I did, because that's when we started to normalize those non-romantic nurturing relationship. That was a gender difference that I saw show up. Another gender difference, which I thought is so fascinating, as I as a sociologist struggle with what this actually means. So the women were hopeful that they would get married one day, and for the men, it was just a matter of time before they did. And when I think about that as a sociologist, I'm like, so are black men that I interviewed just choosing the lesser of two evils? So if we're talking about, how we need to pick and who we need to pick, we really should be talking to black men sometimes and not necessarily talking to black women. But black women, they are all on us, like what we should and should not be doing.
I agree.
So I appreciate that I had the black men in the book because there were some gender nuances that I picked up, and I'm so happy that I included them.
And so let me have a single black male, single black man, childless, right? Kind of respond to Dr. Chris Marsh. God damn, Raj. And the Raj report says, some of us don't want to marry or have babies with losers. Losers equal women 30 and above who have never been married. God damn, Raj. Dr. Chris Marsh, I suggest you find the Raj report and interview him. I know it's harsh. Oh, it's harsh. I know it's harsh, Miss Marsh. I know it is. Oh, it's harsh. But there's something funny and charming about the Roger Report's harshness, right? And I would argue that the Roger Report represents far more men, white, black, Latino, and otherwise, but definitely black men, including professional white collar black men. I would argue that the Roger Report, in his views, represents far more black men than y'all would like to admit. I think y'all know that already. That's why you don't want to talk to them, brothers. If we're gonna be honest, I know why y'all don't want to talk to the black men because y'all already know what they think. That's why y'all don't want to talk to them, huh? And shout out to the Roger Report, right? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Raj. This is a stable black man, childless, never married. I think the Roger Report got something to say. I need to find out Andre. I need to find out Andre 3000. I need to find the three stacks. The South got something to say. I gotta find that. That might be a clip. That might be a clip. That might be a recurring clip on the channel, right? Oh man, I think the Roger Report answered that, and he was backed up. Java Joe says, and thank you for the super chat, Java Joe. I second those sentiments at the Roger Report. Failure as a woman is never identified, quantified. I would argue, Java Joe, that when this society, particularly on the left, particularly concerning women, has emphasized to all of us that women are more than being a man's wife and being a mother, and we get real wishy-washy. See, we can identify a male loser. A man that's a loser, regardless of race, particularly a black man that's a loser. We know exactly to say, hey, you didn't check off this box, you failed at this, you failed at that, you ain't a man. You're not a man, you don't got this, you didn't do this. You're not a man. You're a boy. You're a male. We know how to tell men they're not men. We don't even do the, hey, you're a man. We do the, either you get to this line or you're not a man. We don't do the, you know what, you're in the back of the pack, you're last in the race, you're still a man, but you ain't really performing manhood good enough because you're not in podium. You're not first, second, third. We don't even do that. No, we just completely remove the man card from the men who are not performing up to what we say manhood should be. I agree with you completely on this, Java Joes, because when it comes to women, all of a sudden we start getting real watery with the standards. There's no standards for womanhood. She just goes from from 17 to 18, she's a woman in beginning end. She could be a bum, she could have no children, she could have children from multiple men, she could be professional, she could be not professional, she could earn good money, she could earn no money. She could have her own vehicle. She could not. She could be 45, living at home with her parents. She could not. She's still a woman. She turned 18. She's a woman. Huh? We don't call women girls. Mr. Z does. We don't call women girls as a pejorative. Huh? Outside of the more urban hip hop community, we don't call women females as a pejorative. You didn't earn womanhood. We gonna call you a female. Huh? We know how to tell a man that he's not a man. We call him boy. We call him male. We call him yitch. Y'all know the word. We know how to tell a man, hey, bro, you ain't performing. You didn't hit these milestones. You didn't cross these markers. You didn't check off these boxes. We know how to tell a man that. When it comes to telling the women that, all of a sudden, everybody's standards go out the window. Huh? So I agree with the Roger report. I agree with Java Joes. Dr. Chris Marsh, these are things to consider. Mr. Z's a faceless, nobody, blue collar man on the internet. And I'm a black man. Oh, boy. Huh? So don't take Z's word for it. Do the research yourself. See what professional white collar black men are saying. You might want to interview blue collar black men too, and see how wrong Mr. Z is. I'm not going to be wrong. Huh? Just saying. So once again, Java Joes and the Raj Report, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And so we'll do fair use again. Fair use, fair use. Everyone, this is the one right here. Y'all get ready for this one. Because this right here. So this is brand spanking new. I have not made reference to this before. Shout yourself out in the comments for who sent me this. I forgot. Mr. Z need to get really bad. I really need to get good at referring to you guys who sent me these things in emails. I will not give up your government. Just always give me your YouTube title name or your YouTube name, and I'll shout you out with your YouTube name when y'all send me these videos in email. So shout yourself out. This is the third part of this stream. After this, I'm gonna do my monologue and we'll bring you guys up. Excuse me. But yeah, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Y'all get ready. And here Oh, yawn. Women of color complaining to the white dudes that the white dudes ain't choosing them again. Mr. Z about to choke on his laugh again. Oh man, women of color begging the white men again. I don't know what that whitish looking lady is, whether she's Hapa mix or whether she's Latina. She looks Latina to me, right? Thank you, Els Active, small violin, right? Once again, women of color, two black women, and whatever the lady is, whether she's Latina or Arab or whatever, some type of Middle Eastern, whatever. But once again, women of color feeling so insecure. I wasn't chosen in high school and college, and they overlooked me, and that sounded just like this Asian woman. Here
I
you
was
go.
never the girl that guys are like lining up to date. I didn't look like this blonde white girl, and that's what all the guys liked in my high school.
What's it like dating white men as an Asian woman?
It's tricky because you're always like, am I an experiment? I have to be really mindful about like, am I really just chasing some sort of validation to kind of heal this childhood wound of like not getting picked by them? I think the biggest question that always lurks in my head is like, are you open-minded enough that I can bring you home to my family in China and you're gonna be...
All that other crap is nothing. You said what you needed to say in the beginning, man. That's why Mr. Z says let them talk. Let women of color talk, particularly the ones that were anywhere within a zillion miles, within a goddamn universe, within a galaxy of white men, and they goes, they didn't choose me, and they ignored me, and I wasn't chosen in high school, in middle school, and I wonder if it's the childhood wound. Pathetic, right? Every single time you put a microphone, I just want black men in particular to remember they speak about you like you're the one chasing after white female validation because you can be the white man. So you can't be the white man. So once you get just a teeny tiny crumb of success, you go get a white woman or a non-black woman, but you go get a white woman because that's the white man's trophy and you can't be him. So you go get his trophy. That's how they speak about you, black men. But the second we put a microphone in front of women of color, all of a sudden they crying, white men, or why aren't you choosing us? Huh? Why aren't you choosing? Why don't you choose? You overlooked me in middle school, in high school, in elementary school, in preschool. Pathetic. Huh? And as Eric Deadman says, are you not embarrassed?
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
Huh? And thank you for the super chat, Eric Deadman. Thank you for the super chat. Wow. This is why Mr. Z says, let them talk. You let these women of color talk. And if they were anywhere on the same planet with white men and they didn't get chose, and I wonder, I don't even know if I look beautiful because they didn't choose me. Pathetic. Dear black men, I told you it's not you, man. Black men, get in where you could fit in, live your life, enjoy your life. If a black woman's on your program, she's on your program. And you ride out with her. But all the rest of these black women and women of color, just assume that they waiting for the white guy. Just make that assumption from top, from the beginning, right? Because especially the suburban women of color, like I said, if they were anywhere on the same planet with white guys, just assume that that's her preference. And to miss me with this whole, no, I'm open to all men. I date black men and Latino men and Asian men. Miss me with that. Because when we put the microphone in your face, giggity, huh? When we put the microphone in your face, you know what you start talking about? This is what you They know you already, ma'am. They know you're white worshiping. They're gonna do what they do with you, toss you, and go marry the white woman. That's what white men do. They have fun with women of color, and the vast majority of them, the vast majority of them, we're talking about white men, they have fun with you, and then they toss you back, and they go marry their basic ass white wife. You're for a fun time, not a long time. They know who y'all are. They pretend like they don't, huh? And Joe said it exactly. Joe said, white men just looking like, huh? Right? Rumathy. Mrs. gonna keep on pronouncing that wrong. What the hell is the Latina complaining about? She wasn't chosen too, apparently, huh? Not chosen by the type of white men she want to be chosen by, at least. And this always begs the question: what did white hegemonic rule? What did white colonialism? What did white masculinity in its portrayal around the planet? The propaganda of white masculinity and white manhood, the omniscient, omnipotent Superman white man, huh? What did it do to the minds of women of color around the planet? And can you do anything with them as a man of color, huh? If they're always reaching up for white man Superman, can you do anything with them?
Could have saved your child.
If the ideal man is a white man or a man of color black man who performs like a white man, can you do anything with her? When we let her talk, if she sounded like this, can you do anything
I
with
was
her?
never the girl that guys are like lining up to date. I didn't look like this blonde white girl, and that's what all the guys liked in my high school.
What's it like dating white men as an Asian woman?
It's tricky because you're always like, am I an experiment? I have to be really mindful about like, am I really just
We gotta play that again because Mr. Z cut it off too early. Here we
I
go.
was never the girl that guys are like lining up to date. I didn't look like this blonde white girl, and that's what all the guys liked in my high school.
What's it like dating white men as an Asian woman?
It's tricky because you're always like, am I an experiment? I have to be really mindful about like, am I really just chasing some sort of validation to kind of heal this childhood wound of like not getting picked by them? I think the
I tell you, the third part, we go right back to the yawn. We're going right back to the ladies. Man, every time. By the way, I know what I'm saying by put a microphone in their face, right? I know what I'm saying, huh? Every time you put a microphone in front of their face, the first thing they say is the white man, and then you wonder why. Particularly for black men concerning black women, you wonder why there's an Edward Anderson saying this.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shang Tsung, we got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
That's why. You want to know why Ed sound the way he does? That's why. Because when we let the women speak, the women of color speak, black women, Latina women, East Asian women, South Asian women, indigenous women, the Middle Eastern women that are white but not really white, huh? When we let them speak, The look on the blonde white dude's face. He had the most blank ass face ever. Low key, him and the other dude were like, "Oh, not this again." How many, dear white men? How many times? How many times are women of color doing the? But you didn't choose me. Don't you love me? Ain't I a woman? Oh, goddamn, Z, you said it. You said it, Z. Oh, why did you, Z? You went there with it, huh? Jesus Christ. And now we're letting the white guys talk, and the white guys are doing
I'm
this.
speaking on the behalf of all white dudes that date black girls. Can y'all stop fucking calling us massa? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck do I? You know what you're doing. You know, like, what the fuck am I supposed to say?
And y'all be thinking it's funny as shit. You be laughing your ass off, having the time of your life. Girl, fuck you.
I want black women to have a lot more self-respect than they do now. Kind of just like worshiping white guys. Worshiping white guys. Worshiping white guys.
This is sad. It's getting sad now. It's getting real sad now. It's getting real sad now.
Every time, right? You let women of color speak, huh? And by the way, we don't even have to let the women of color speak. We let the white woman discuss with another white woman that it's women of color chasing after the white male patriarchy. Maybe Mr. Z's using the wrong P word. Oops. Huh? Maybe Mr. Z using the wrong P word. But whenever we let women speak, we got the white woman telling the other white woman that maybe it's not the men of color, black men, chasing after white women. Maybe it's the other way around.
In a very brief generalization, there's a lot of detail in the book, but I'm going to give you a quick summary of what those findings were of how people interacted with each other. So what we found is that race is the deal breaker of all characteristics. It operates more strongly than education, physical characteristics. It is the deal breaker. And, you know, one of the things that we often found, which I thought was interesting in interviewing, especially many of the white men, is this aggrieved feeling that they were disadvantaged in online dating and that they were being ignored. And yet in our quantitative analysis, we find that white men are the most desired of all men. And this has been shown in many other platforms too. So this is not specific to the platform that we're looking at. Our quantitative analysis showed that almost all women all women of all races and almost all gay men, actually black men did not show this, that their preference was strongest for white men. Now this preference for white men was statistically significant for other races, but especially strong for white women. But I found it really interesting that you know, women and gay men of other races would respond first to white men and only secondly to men of their same race. So on the other hand, when it comes to preferences for women, so if we look at the ways in which straight men and lesbians, who their preferences are, who they interact with, et cetera, we found that unlike for men, whiteness was not the defining characteristic per se, but the defining pattern was for same race preferences, so contacting others of the same race. Men of all race and lesbians of color do not seem to have a first preference for white women, but their same ethnic group. And unlike straight women and gay men, they're also more open to people from all racial groups, and this is really important, except black daters. So we document a persistent and specific anti-blackness that operates among the sexual preferences of white, Asian, Hispanic, multiracial, straight men, and gay women. You know, we have lots of theories based on our interviews for why this may be, but basically, in terms of why is it that white masculinity is so highly valued, more so than, say, white femininity, because we assumed that if given racial hierarchies and norms around hegemonic beauty, that white femininity would also be highly valued. But what we find is that, you know, white femininity does not carry the same kind of appeal across all groups, in large part due to patriarchy and gender norms, right? So the association with white masculinity is not just associated with sexual allure, but it also symbolizes economic and cultural power in a way that femininity generally does not, right? And, you know, in our interviews, while there is plenty of resistance to this among individuals, we also see that this sort of valorization of white masculinity is really something that's been internalized and reproduced by marginalized groups as well. So, you know, that's a sobering finding.
Right. So as a
Yeah. Huh? Mr. Donnie Max is quote unquote race loyal. Yeah, that isn't that what we're told? Particularly as black men, isn't that what we've been being told for decades, centuries, decades? Is that black women are more race loyal than black men? What? Because the marriage numbers? You're more race loyal than black men, but are you really though? Let's let a black woman speak, and let's let her tell us what's really going on behind the scenes.
Gosh, there were 2 points, but I'll just respond to the latter one. I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about the reason that black females may be more confused about the system of racism, white supremacy, and who practices it. And I said I thought the primary reason was that we don't experience the more violent forms of it. No, that's secondary. Primary, this is really key. People really need to, I hope people will hear this, and I hope people will believe this. Some people know this. The primary reason is that black females are either the primary participants or secondary participants, meaning that their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their friends, somebody they know who's a black female is engaging in sex with white people. Our minds are more mushy because we engage in more sex with white people than black males do. Now that seems to be the reverse of what is the case, because on the sidewalk, you see a whole lot more black males with white females than the reverse. But there's a whole lot. There has always been since slavery, there has always been, continues to be, in office buildings, in houses, everywhere you can possibly think of, lots and lots of sex between black females and white men. The key is that it's real hush-hush. It's real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy so that we don't even know the devastating effect other black people don't even necessarily know, where all those defensive statements are coming from black women, because people don't know she's been in the bed with a white man. They depend on the secrecy of that, and they don't want it exposed. Hush. It's real.
Oh, my apologies, y'all. Mr. Z did mute himself. But yeah, so, and Kevin Murray says primary participant, if not secondary. So the primary participant is the black woman who's engaging in these relations, air quotes, relations, um, with the white coworker, with the white guy that she met at the mechanic shop, with the Latino guy once again at the mechanic shop, or the head landscaper that mows her grass, whoever it is, right? That's the primary participant. The secondary participant is her girlfriend, is her mother, is her sister that knows about it. That the second hear me, let me know. Let me get a one in the chat if you guys can still hear me. But the secondary participant is the friend or the sister who's not engaging. Sorry, right? So, um, why this matters is because those black women know what one black woman is engaging in, right? They know. So they know. So it'll be a younger sister who knows her older sister is giving blowjobs to her white boss on lunch break. Her white boss on lunch break, right? But the older sister and the younger sister will come back to the black community and speak about black women's loyalty to black men and how rich and celebrity and athlete black men keep on parading their non-black spouses, their non-black girlfriend, their non-black wife. Meanwhile, the older sister is being the human jack-off machine for some white guy, for some Latino guy. Mr. Donnie Mack, the family that prays. Perfect example. The family that prays, right? Mr. Cartwright, Creed told you what it was. Huh? Creed told you what it was. I want to extend this out by saying we know black women are engaging in this, but women of color that are not black, non-white women are engaging in this. We know white women clearly, but when you add the racial element, once again, what did white colonialism, what did white male patriarchy, what did white hegemonic rule on planet Earth, what did it do to the minds of women of color, their sensibilities, the way they see manhood? Huh? So when we have these conversations about black men, right, and black men supposedly pining over white women in particular to make up for not being real men, white men, when we speak about that, is that borne out in the data? And are we just simply basing this on the fact that black men tend to marry outside of the black race more than black women? Does that necessarily mean that black women aren't having interracial relations at the same level, if not more than black men? That's just not turning into marriage, though. Huh? So do black women get to claim loyalty to black men and to the black community simply because the white man is not marrying them? Oops. Huh? Is it loyalty because you didn't get chose for marriage? Does that mean that you're loyal? Or does that simply mean you dated out, I dated out? Or we both were, you had interracial relations, I had interracial relations. My interracial relations as a black man turned into marriage. Your interracial relations turned into a mixed baby with no wedding ring. Goddamn. Or no mixed baby and no wedding ring. Does that automatically make you loyal and Mr. Z and other black men disloyal? Huh? And now do you get to wield some type of moral supremacy over Z and other black men? Do you get to stack that up into some type of racial loyalty cachet because the white man or the Latino man or the Asian man that you were engaging in air quotes relations with did not marry you? Huh? Does this now mean that you're loyal? Because according to the researchers, the PhD researchers that are women, they're saying something very specific. When they interview the women, there is this obsession with white men with beards. Uh-oh.
Or other kinds of things that are related to the broader kind of social political discourse. And so I think that that's a thing that as research on online dating or just kind of dating generally, I think goes forward. I think we need to move beyond just what is your political party affiliation. And I think really kind of get into these other kinds of deeper, I think, aspects of politics and how that is shaping, kind of how people, as I called it, right, vet each other. But I think also, right, this shaping of what it means to be desirable, because again, right, it seems to be kind of confusing, right, that people want people who are, I mean, they'll say they want people who aren't racist, who aren't sexist, who aren't XYZ, right, because that's what you're supposed to want, right, but then they seem to have like this kind of like confusion or this like disjunction where they still desire, right, you know, kind of cisgender heterosexual white men, you know, and particularly with the women that I interviewed, there was a lot of desire for like white men with beards, like this very particular aesthetic that they were like very attracted to. So there's kind of all of those aspects.
Ouch. Yeah. See, we've spent so much time turning over, investigating, flipping over, looking left, right, up, down at black men in particular, successful black men even more particularly, and why they choose what they choose, particularly when they date out or marry outside of the black race. And we have all type of pejoratives. We have all type of negativity that we throw at them, and that includes some black men, right? We claim we understand why they're doing it. They're pining over white women. They can't be the white man, so they want the white man's trophy. Because even with the money, they don't have the power of white men. So the closest they can get is to get that white woman. Huh? And then we let your daughters talk. It's so cringe. The Latina or whatever she is at the end. I just want you guys to get to know me in a different way. Oh my. Women of color begging white men on camera. Oh man. Oh. Mr. Z done said it, right? Women of color begging white men on camera. Huh? Z, do it again. Man, ladies, are you not embarrassed?
Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
So y'all, I had to cover that out. It's a new clip. Shout yourself out in the comments. Who sent it to me? Mr. Z forgot. But yeah, I've had that for a little while, you guys. And Mr. Donnie Max says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And if you come on Saturday, we'll give you a free haircut. The Travis Kelce drop fade, $40 value. I'll play it for you again. I'll play it for you, Mr. Donnie Mac. I'll play it for you. And shout out to the brother Edward Anderson. Here you go.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shane Song. We got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
Once again, thank you for the super chat, Mr. Donnie Mac. Thank you for the super chat. And I did not forget about you, Guy Incognito. I did not. Right? I did not forget about you. Right? Guy Incognito said, Trell, RIP my super chat. I did not forget about you. Hysterical. Right? Oh, man. Joe says, no instruction manual. Huh? Wow. Rumoti says, maybe you're just mid. It's not that deep. Mr. Z is pretty mid looking. Mr. Z is mid looking. I am. Mr. Z is mid looking. Right? But it is that deep though. Pause. Huh? It is that deep. Because we're talking about race, we're talking about power, we're talking about influence, we're talking about hierarchy, we're talking about money, we're talking about family. Uh-oh. I don't know how surface you think this conversation is. We're talking about loyalty. We're talking about revolution. Oops. We're talking about white hegemony. We're talking about white male patriarchy. Huh? Oh, Rumor Thief says, whoa, Z, put on the brakes. Not you, Z, the girls. Whoa, Z, wait a minute. Right? My apologies, Rumor Thief. My apologies. Rumor Thief, for a second, I thought you was a white dude trolling. I was about to light your ass up. Huh? L's Active, that is really the question. L's Active says, LOL, but what's wrong with mid? Telescope said, Z taking it personal. No, for a second, I thought Rumor Thief was telling Z he was mid. I was like, I am, and here we go. And L's Active says, LOL, but what's wrong with mid? I don't know. Right? There's going to be an average regardless of how you move things. There's always going to be an average. I can understand, and we all understand below average and how we critique below average. But once again, there's a whole conversation about what women see as mid. And when you add success, money, what success looks like or supposed to look like, when you add that in the equation, it gets real ugly real fast. Naga says, who wants to be with mid anyway? Yeah, the lady that said, who wants to be with average anyway? When Kevin Samuels interviewed her. Yep. Huh? Wow. Guy Incognito says, in the black manosphere, we all high value. None of us has banged a woman under a 10. Yeah, that sometimes some of the brothers be sounding like that, right? And that's how they sound, right? And I think you meant to say, Guy Incognito, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. See, we came back around. And Guy Incognito says, I think you meant to say ask. They never ask men why we stopped dating. Odd. Yeah, they don't want to know the answer. They want to give you the answer. It's that simple, Guy Incognito. They don't want to know the answer. The researchers that don't ask that question, and if they do, they don't publish the question, the answer to the question, it's because they don't want to actually have the women know. They don't want to know. They want to give the answer. The men feel insecure. The men are not on women's level. The men they're man children. They're staying at home in their mother's basement. They're mediocre, right? They don't want to try. They're weak. They're pathetic. They're losers. They have Cheeto dust in their beards. They don't want to know the answer. They want to give you as men the answer. They want to give society the answer. And let's play for the people, just in case they don't know what you're referencing. Let's play for the people what you're speaking about.
Yeah, so it's really funny because when I wrote the book, I was talking to my mentor and I was like, since women dominate the category, I think I interviewed 62 people. I think 40 or 50 of those were women. So 19 were men. So you do the math. I could have written the book just about just about Black women, but I didn't want to. And part of the reason why I didn't want to is because I think that it's not just a Black woman issue.
Yeah. Right.
There are at least 19 Black men out there who have never been married, don't have any children. I interviewed them, right?
At least.
I'm like, at least 19, right? There's one that was married. He had a child, so I'm like, we got to take you out. The data said, like, why did you wait 75 minutes into this interview to tell us this stuff?
Yeah.
But anyways, but one of the things that was really, and I'm glad that I did, because that's when we started to normalize those non-romantic nurturing relationship. That was a gender difference that I saw show up. Another gender difference, which I thought is so fascinating, as I as a sociologist struggle with what this actually means. So the women were hopeful that they would get married one day, and for the men, it was just a matter of time before they did. And when I think about that as a sociologist, I'm like, so are Black men that I interviewed just choosing the lesser of two evils? So if we're talking about, you know, how we need to pick and who we need to pick, we really should be talking to Black men sometimes and not necessarily talking to Black women. But Black women, they are all on us, like what we should and should not be doing.
I agree.
So I appreciate that I had the Black men in the book, because there were some gender nuances that I picked up, and I'm so happy that I included them.
Once again, shout out to Dr. Chris Marsh. Once again, fair use, fair use. Ask the men, ask them, and ask them to be brutally honest with you. Ooh. Tell them there's no fear, there's no judgment. You can be as brutally honest as you want. And have men interview them. Have Black men interview the Black men. Huh? Uh-oh. It's gonna get real ugly real fast. Huh? Wow. So I really want to be very clear here. They don't care and they don't want to know. They want to dictate to you why you're not dating them, and they want to shame you about it. They want to tell you the reason why you're not dating them is because they're too much for you, is because they have a big personality and you want pliant women, as if that's a problem. And that you're a colorist and you're a featurist and you're a texturist and you don't like Black women and you don't like your Black mother. Huh? So that's what I would argue, Guy Cognito. They don't actually care what your answer is. Once again, Guy Cognito says they never ask men why we stopped dating. Odd. They don't care about your answer. That's why they don't ask. Huh? And Otis says, and thank you for the super chat, preaching this morning. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Right. So I'm going to play these back to back, the clips that we're reviewing today, and we'll let y'all on in a minute. Right. We'll put the link up in a minute. And here we go. So there's the first, there's a second. I'm going to play them in order of what I reviewed in order. Here we go.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off, other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
She says, if it benefits me, maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's a helping hand. That's what she said at the end. Mr. Z cut that off way too early. I'm going to find a way to get it, and we're going to cut it off a little bit later so people can hear clearly this white woman say once again at the end of her commentary, if it benefits me, is it the patriarchy or is it a helping hand? Which flies in the face of all the crap that the feminists are talking about. And so that's clip one. Here, go clip two. By the way, Else Active, repost what you posted earlier, the link, the Instagram link, the let the white men talk link, please and thank you. Please and thank you. And here we go. Here go the second clip, you guys.
Yeah, so it's really funny because when I wrote the book, I was talking to my mentor and I was like, since women dominate the category, I think I interviewed 62 people. I think 40 or 50 of those were women. So 19 were men. So you do the math. I could have written a book just about Black women, but I didn't want to. And part of the reason why I didn't want to is because I think that it's not just a Black woman issue.
Yeah. Right.
There are at least 19 Black men out there who have never been married, don't have any children. I interviewed them, right?
At least.
I'm like, at least 19, right? There's one that was married. He had a child, so I'm like, we got to take you out of the data set. Like, why did you wait 75 minutes into this interview to tell us this stuff?
Yeah.
But anyways, but one of the things that was really, and I'm glad that I did, because that's when we started to normalize those non-romantic nurturing relationship. That was a gender difference that I saw show up. Another gender difference, which I thought is so fascinating, as I as a sociologist struggle with what this actually means. So the women were hopeful that they would get married one day, and for the men, it was just a matter of time before they did. And when I think about that as a sociologist, I'm like, so are Black men that I interviewed just choosing the lesser of two evils? So if we're talking about, how we need to pick and who we need to pick, we really should be talking to Black men sometimes and not necessarily talking to Black women. But Black women, they are all on us, like what we should and should not be doing.
I agree.
So I appreciate that I had the Black men in the book, because there were some gender nuances that I picked up, and I'm so happy that I included them.
Right. And let's play the last clip, our favorite one. Begging ass women of color, as per usual, they get around the white dude. This is why, and shout out to Jason Black, as much as we disagree with him on certain things, this is why Jason Black says leave a person in the room with the white guy. Just leave him in the room with the white guy, and the white guy gonna act like the truth serum. And Jason Black says it like, if you leave the person alone with the white guy, particularly people of color, the white guy's gonna act as the truth serum, and then just gonna start spilling. But this is a room full of people, and you see how the women of color just start begging. They can frame it how they want. They start begging. Got, let me read this. Because Guy Incognito, did this actually happen on that show? Or are you just saying this in general? This is what happens. And Guy Incognito says, "White dude hit that. She thought it would be more. Brad just wanted to pipe, and she's spilling her guts out to everyone about their hookup." So are you saying that's what happened on the show? Or are you saying this is what generally happens? Right? Oh, he says, I'm guessing. I'm guessing. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. And L's active, thank you for this. I'm gonna try to link it or click it in a minute. Yeah. And Buckeye fan says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Buckeye fan says, did you get the JD Vance and TLC emails? I got the TLC email. I don't know if I got the JD Vance email. So we're gonna get to it, Buckeye fan. We're gonna get to it. And hopefully this upcoming weekend too. So let's see. Let's see. Cross fingers, we might have some time. So yeah. Right? Asriel says, white guy like look, watching the women of color beg, it makes you nauseous. It makes you want to throw up. And they could call it or frame it however they want. Watching women of color begging white dudes, it's something so cringe about it, right? And that speaks to this insecurity. I want you to understand. Women like this are the women in the backgrounds women like this are the women oftentimes in the background at Haunt 97, right? They're in the background of the Breakfast Club. They're in the background. They're all over DC as political aid. They're all over LA, right behind the camera. They're the extra on the movie set. We already know that because of the white girl that got caught up in the car with the white dude, and she was in Django. The black girl that got caught up with the white dude in the car, and the cop came and arrested her ass, and she tried to do just like here, the fake Valley Girl voice. Are you arresting me because I'm black? I'm gonna call my daddy. Huh? And she was in the background as one of the help on Django. It's black women like this, begging ass broads. Whenever the white dude in the room, they go to begging, and then those women then turn around and tell you, when I was in high school, the black guys made fun of my skin color, and the black guys. What they never tell you is, when I was in high school, I was so insecure because the white guys didn't choose me, and when I was in college, when I was in art school, the white guys didn't choose me. That's the part they don't tell you. Well, it's a new day, and we have the internet now, and we have social media. And when we put the microphone in front of your daughters, the first thing out their mouth is, white man? Huh? Uh-oh. Wow, Jake, I need that. And Jake says, "Z, there was a video by Home Math, white guy. I know who he is." And once again, he says, "Z, there was a video by Home Math, and there was a clip of a young black girl writing a love letter to a white supremacist in jail." Man, I need that. I need that clip. Huh? Kevin Murray says, like black women didn't bully people back in school. Look, when white feminists used black women and black feminists as the mascot for female advancement, they had to frame black women as if black women are infallible, right? Particularly in relation to men writ large, black men specifically. This is how they were going to advance, quote unquote, female rights, right? And so you can't speak of black women and black girls like they can be bullies, like they can be mean, like they can be materialistic, condescending, consumerist, sexist in their own right, misandrist. You can't frame that way because you're trying to advance, air quotes, advance women and women's rights. And you're using black women who are supposed to be, or who supposedly are, the most put upon in this society. And so you weaponize the concept of intersectionality against the men in society, particularly the black men. You benign neglect the plights of black boys and black men using intersectionality because, once again, the most put upon are black women. So you can't speak about how black men have a rough go at it. And you definitely can't speak about how black men have a worse time than black women. If you have to, if you absolutely have to, if you have no choice but to acknowledge the difficulties in this society for straight black men in particular, you frame it like the reason why they go through this is because they won't move like black women. Oops. It's because they're so hell bent on being men that they refuse to adopt the way black women move through this society. In other words, black men won't yitchify themselves. Huh? Uh-oh. Right? That's how this society moving when it comes to black men. And Telescope says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Telescope says Saturday AM Z tax. And thank you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? And thank you for the link, L's active. I'm gonna click it in a minute. Right. But this is why we let the women talk. There's a lot happening in America right now. There's a lot happening. But when we put the microphone in women's faces, once again, pun intended, we start seeing them begging for white dude. We start seeing them talking about bartering their vagina for some money and stability and status. We start seeing them saying, well, I don't get it. The men the men said that they have a milestone that if they hit this and they're not married, they're not going to get married and have children. But the women always hold out hope for marriage. Dr. Chris Marsh, ask yourself why and try to leave the sexism at the door. I know it's going to be hard to leave the misandry at the door. I know, that's going to be difficult, especially for a black woman, especially for a highly educated PhD black woman. I know it's going to be hard for you to leave the misandry at the door. Huh? But ask yourself why and do the research and ask the men to be brutally honest. Why? And see how wrong Z is. Mr. Z is not going to be wrong. Huh? It's that simple. Huh? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Let me get a one in the chat. Okay, so I'm getting an echo. Y'all gives you a second. Let me get a one in the chat if you guys can hear me clearly. Because I'm getting an echo. Let's see. All right, so I'm getting the echo. I'm trying to figure it out, you guys. Y'all give me a second. Let me try to anyway, let me try to figure this out. Nemesis doesn't hear an echo, but I can hear myself echoing. That's crazy. Well, the link is in the chat, you guys. L's active. I did see the link. That's crazy.
Nope.
What's going on? What's going on, Nima?
To be honest with you, there's a certain thought that's crossing my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Dave Chappelle's Chappelle Show? The sketch where they had about making the band?
Do I remember? I don't remember it. I don't remember. Yeah.
Where he was doing the sketch, where he was doing the parody of making the band with him as Wyclef and his Dylon. There's that one scene with Dylon when they're in the studio with Wyclef Jean. And Wyclef tried to reprimand him.
No, I don't remember it. But I remember Dylon. I remember
Dylon. Hot fire. You remember him go like, I rip and I rhyme. I rhyme and I rip. This the way that Dylon speak. And then Wyclef comes up to him and says, listen, can we make this song? Or we don't make this song. And then he says, you're too close, bud. Puts his hands on Wyclef. Unfortunately, you don't have the dread, so we can't do that. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, how you been? I don't hear an echo on your end, bro. What's going on?
Yeah, everybody's saying they don't hear the echo, so I'm trying to. Oh, I see what the problem is. Wait a minute.
What was it?
No, let me give me a second. Watch.
What up?
Hey, what's good? AB, is that you?
Yes.
Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, coming live and direct from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Wait, give me a second. Okay. Telescope says Z needs an IT department fund. Give me a second. Yep, as I do. Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah. Here we go.
Oh man.
What's going on, y'all? Y'all go ahead.
Yeah. What's going on?
What's going on? How things in Indy, man?
Oh, they're going fine. I got plenty for tonight. On the topic though, these heifers are losing badly. I saw this one clip. I was talking to BGS about this yesterday. This chick talking about her lights got cut off, and she asked her baby daddy, to pay the light bill, and the baby daddy politely responded, "You have a whole husband at home. Why is that my problem?"
Ooh.
And she's put this on TikTok. It's so bad. Not even the black women are defending her. And it's bad when the black woman telling the dude, "You need to go get your kids.
You need to go get your kids."
Yep.
Even the black woman
and talk to your man.
Go get your kids. She ain't got no sense because she trying to defend it and everything. And the other chick's like, "Nah, you need to go get your kids."
Of course, this heifer's making them look bad. On top of that, you said this woman's got a husband. Where's the husband in all this?
A whole husband at home. He's like, well, he's on tough time. Like, that's still not my problem.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what Chris Rock said in and never scared. Like you can lose your job, right? And your girl be like, "It's okay, baby. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this." What she actually means, you're gonna be out the door. It may not be for today, but the clock is
Yeah,
on.
I think he was saying like she said something like we just need to get rid of some shit, and like what she really saying is to get rid of some shit is you. That's what he was trying to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
But no,
yeah, I
this chick,
remember that.
this big back actually said, "Well, is that my husband's responsibility?" I'm like, okay,
Because he's your husband.
I'm getting old, man. I'm starting to think these chicks want bumps so they can control them. Oops, I said that out loud.
She
Hey
treated.
man, but I
First of
mean,
all, this is. Wait a minute.
I
First of all, this is her.
hold
Go
on, wait a
ahead.
minute, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I don't even pay attention when they talking about they need a man to make a certain amount. They need to pay a bills and shit. I don't believe them half the time. I'm like, you're dating a bum. That's why you
nah,
say all that
AB,
stuff.
AB, this is what they saying
In honor
now.
of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off, other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand.
Maybe it's just a helping hand. If it benefits, you heard what she said at the end. If it benefits me, maybe it's not patriarchy. Maybe it's a helping hand. Go ahead, AB. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you see the Build-A-Bear mom? Oh my gosh.
The Build-A-Bear mom.
The Build-A-Bear mom
What?
story.
No.
Oh.
This is
Go ahead.
this is and for the record, this is a white chick, and yes, white chicks can be ratchet too. This
Definitely.
is one of the most mentally cruel stories I've ever heard done to children. You know what Build-A-Bear is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, something you put together, like a build-a-bear concerning human beings is a person you put together.
No, but
right?
it's an actual store where kids can go in and build their own bears.
Oh yeah. No, I remember that as a kid. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I was younger, I think it came out. I was already an adult or something, or like a late teen. But go ahead. Yeah.
You can still take a woman there.
Anyway, she had a birthday party for a 7-year-old, and she invited like 8 or 9 other kids to this. And one of the pets that they want to start was Build-A-Bear. And, the parents chipped in and helped pay for the bears. But the kids created their bears, and once the kids created the bears, I kid you not, this piece of shit of a mother looked at all the kids and said, "Now, give all your bears to the birthday girl."
What?
Give all your bears to the birthday girl.
Wait, I don't understand. Like what?
Yeah.
How you? Hey, there's nothing crueler than building a child up to let them down. That's cruel and unusual and punishment like a mother. You want to talk about psychological problems?
Yeah. This is and there's an update to the story that I'll play later that I clipped. But she told all the kids, yeah, give your bear to my daughter for all the bears to my daughter because it's her birthday. And everybody and the parents kind of went along with it for some odd reason, and they were thinking that they were going to get the bears back, but no, she's like, I helped pay for them. Those bears are mine. And then she got on. No, hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish the story.
Sorry.
She got on TikTok and defended that shit. Update a few days later. Yesterday I looked on there. She's now complaining, and who could now Z, who couldn't see this coming? She is now complaining because her daughter is literally getting bullied now. And parents are coming up to her. And
of course, well, you did say a white woman, right?
Yes.
Yes. Say a white woman, so yeah. There's one thing a white woman gonna do is gonna play victim. If there's one thing gonna do is play victim for real.
Hold on, Z Borgen.
She's gonna do. My apologies.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me better now?
You're good
now. Maybe now.
You're good now. You're good.
Okay. No. Yeah, I was saying earlier. To real quick to what AB was saying is if there's one thing a white woman gonna do, she gonna play victim. That's one thing white women go. White women, they can hit you with a car, they can murk you, but they gotta play victim.
Oh yeah,
Shout
They
out
can
to all the
set you up.
Karens.
They're
they're
gonna
gonna
play
turn
victim,
on the tears. They're gonna turn on them white
right?
tears, and oh boy, it's off to the races.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's one thing. But yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Yeah, well, you did say girls, like we said earlier. You did say it was a girl that she was doing this for, and it is a white woman. So she did something cruel, right? There's nothing worse than building a child up to let them down. That's some cruel and unusual punishment. You want to talk about
Yeah,
psychological issues, right?
and
Number one,
right
number
in
two.
front of
But
the
you are talking
parents.
about a white woman, so she gonna play victim. Yeah,
yeah.
that's crazy work.
And a
That's
black
crazy.
chick is more than likely not going to do this for the simple fact is they know some of these mom will go beat they know they get their ass whooped for doing something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason they wouldn't do it.
All right, the sins of the mother visit the daughter.
Yeah, but I saw this coming. I'm like, actually, you owe your daughter an apology too, because you just ruined her reputation for life. These are 7-year-olds. They're gonna remember that shit. They're gonna remember her as the chick whose mama took all bears away. Oh, like her reputation.
I mean, you ruined. I mean, that not only that, you ruined your daughter, your daughter, your relationship with your daughter that way, because now she's getting, she's getting the brunt of it from other kids in school, and she's gonna have to deal with it for the next few years. I don't know if they're gonna ever let her live it down.
Yeah, I couldn't believe when I heard that story. I'm like, you can't be this stupid. Well, never mind.
Yeah. What I wanted to mention was, this whole thing about, these. By the way, the woman in that clip that you put out, Z. Just to be the cruel motherfucker that I am. That's basically Amy Schumer before she became a train wreck before going to college.
Ooh.
That's what that chick looked like. She looked like pre-train wreck in college Amy Schumer. Especially with that pug nose.
Oh, the white woman in the car you talking about?
The white woman with the car video that you put up, yeah. Hey, tell me if I'm wrong. Find the line what I just said, folks. But
give me a second, because every time I go off of StreamYard, it does this weird thing now. It used to not do this shit. I don't know what's like. I don't know. New phone and Mr. Z over here being an old fogey. Look,
you got
every time. No, so when I used to be able to flip. Yeah. I got the new Samsung, but I used to be able to flip in and out of windows and go through different things. And when I would go back to StreamYards, it would just put me right back to where I was, the window I was at with StreamYards. Now it's sending me all over the place.
Yeah,
check your settings.
Right, so yeah. Wait, no, because L's active sent me a link. I clicked it when it dropped me on Instagram, and I saw it or whatever. And now it's kicking me off of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So yeah.
Anyway, the point I wanted to make about that clip you put out with the woman talking about, taking advantage of sugar babies and whatnot, and the women who were criticizing her. You understand the hypocrisy of women by this, because women are natural born hypocrites this way. Understand a lot of those women, if they were in that same position, they would do the same thing. All they're doing is just virtue signaling when they're going, oh, patriarchy, this, that, and so. Shut the fuck up. We know you do the same thing if you're in that position.
I agree.
At the drop of a hat. Fake ass virtue signaling ass host. Oh, wait. Fake ass Mariah Carey.
Fake ass Mariah Carey. No, I saw when you put that comment up earlier, name when it was like, yeah, they virtue signal. I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't know. Oh, by the way, okay, so let me actually address L's active with the first link that he dropped. L's, I might want to play. I'm gonna have to play it, because if I'm speaking to him about it, I'll speak to him about it and I'll play it. I'm not surprised, and like it's. I don't know what everybody thinks this is. Like if you put a microphone in front of white women and they were like, and you ask them, what's your ideal man? Would you date a black man? And let's say it was an attractive white woman, and she's like, no, I'm not really into black men, or that's not my speed. Mr. Z wouldn't get offended. First of all, I don't expect her to be attracted to black men. And if she is attracted to black men, okay, that's cool. If she's not, you're a white woman. You're white. I expect you to say white men. Now, if you say Latino men or whoever else other than black men, so be it. But once again, Mr. Z is not offended by that. For those of us that remember over a year ago with the white guy, I went to all 50 states, and he dated nothing but white women, and then the black women felt a certain way about it. Like,
Yeah.
Bruh, if it was a white woman traveling all around the country and she's dating nothing but white dudes, and let's say it's a fairly attractive white woman, Mr. Z supposed to be offended by this? She's not dating
No.
black men. Oh my god. What about this? Let me play this for y'all again. And then L's active. I'm gonna find a way to bring up that link. But let me play this for y'all again because this is kind of what we're referring to begging ass broads. Here look how not bothered the white man is. They showed his face multiple times, and he had the most what
He was
face
blinking.
ever. Like thank you, bro.
The blonde
Watching
one we're
women
talking
of
about, right?
color. Yeah, watching women of color beg white men. Y'all can frame it. Whoever falls onto this, y'all can frame it however y'all want to frame it. I know a begging ass broad when I see one. We're watching
Yeah.
women of color, black women in particular, begging, and then the vocal fry. Listen, I've been around white guys my entire life. White guys don't care nothing about what y'all talking about. Even when you have the vocal fry, you sound like this. And when did you realize? Well, yawn. Hey,
By
bro,
the way,
look, they don't care nothing about what you talking about. They're boring. When did you
by the
realize
way,
that you were attractive? Oh man, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
yeah. By the way, I just gotta say something. The one at the end, the brown woman, that's definitely a South Asian woman. She's South Asian, most
Oh,
likely
so
a
you think she?
Pakistani
Oh
or
yeah,
Indian.
South Asian. Okay. Either
I
way,
know,
women of color
I know.
begging ass broads.
And I want to say also this: that whole thing about one of the black women saying, "I'm an acquired taste, motherfucker." I am an acquired taste in this space because the way I talk and how I view things. Not everybody likes me. You just use the term acquired taste because you don't admit the fact that a lot of people don't find you attractive, don't find you appealing.
No. She's not an ugly woman. Let's say it how it need to be said, name, or you're a black woman in a white space. You're not an
That
acquired
too.
taste. You're a black woman in a white space. Point blank. Period. God damn, grow the hell up, desperate begging ass broads. Go ahead.
Let me put it this way.
Hold on.
Okay,
Let
go ahead,
me
AB. Sorry.
get in for a minute because this chick was arguing because I said something about Elon Musk on Facebook, and then we were going back and forth. Then she called me a naker, and I had to call Louis up. I was like, "What the hell?"
Go ahead,
I knew
EB.
you get it. I'm like,
Go ahead.
it's a divestiture term, and he had to point out to me like she's a divestiture. I was like, oh, so I responded like, why are you on my Facebook page? Shouldn't you be looking for a zaddy? Shouldn't you be trying to impress zaddy? Why are you bothering me? It's like, I hate you, metasphere types. I'm like, okay, go find a zaddy and be happy. What you bothering me for?
Man, black women just need to
Hit her
be
with that.
honest with themselves and everyone else. Y'all be over here trying, but it ain't working.
Yeah.
Yawn, begging ass, bro.
The
I
problem,
love that we have social media and the internet. Go ahead. Go ahead. Better you. Go ahead.
I was saying the AB, the problem was you was sitting at home enjoying your Chick-fil-A having a good day. That was the problem, bro.
Yeah, pretty
Right.
much. Yeah, that's probably that's the problem. Yeah.
She said, that chicken sandwich pre-blessed. Give me
Right.
some chaos.
How dare you and be enjoying your day, AB? How dare you?
I'm like, go get it.
How dare you be happy without me?
No, I literally just told her, go find a zaddy and be happy. I don't talk about divestors because I think most of them are stupid and not worth talking about. And as I've told people multiple times, I already have multiple black women who are married to white men in my family. You're not doing anything that's scaring me. So it's nothing new for me.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's not surprising, I'll tell you that much. By the way, just to double down my point about the whole acquired taste thing, lady, especially considering I'm in Scandinavia,
Mm-hmm.
licorice is an acquired taste. You're not. You want to use? I mean, I've seen Scandinavians who, when they enjoy licorice, that's some weird ass shit. Seriously, you want your bet? You want to try that shit? That acquired taste bullshit, sweetie? Try heading over to Sweden. See how that works. Don't come up here. Your best chance is even the very petite over in Sweden. Come on, try it. Just don't get mad when they mistake you for a Nigerian or a Somali, and they will be using those nationalities as a pejorative if they're that disrespectful, or they're just going to ignore you because most Scandinavians don't really interact with outsiders unless under certain situations. I mean, that accent of yours might find them might intrigue them, but not everything else. And you're gonna get mad because they're gonna get with the only black women they probably mess with are Africans. Oh, these white boys are just with the exoticals. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that's
But yeah,
messed up.
so what do y'all think about? I think I did talk to especially AB and Better You. What y'all think about Dr. Chris Marsh and her comments?
Oh, typical educated black woman, so-called educated. Excuse me.
No, I mean she got a PhD. You got to own it. That's why I call her Dr. Chris Marsh. She got a PhD. Demographer on top of that. So serious subject. Yeah.
Yeah. At least she did the work. I'll give her that much. Yeah, she did the work.
True.
She actually asked black
What were you
men
gonna
our
say, Better
opinion
You?
instead of assuming it. Go
No,
ahead.
finish AB and then we got Better You. Go ahead.
She actually asked black. I'll give her credit for actually asking black men their opinion instead of just assuming it.
True. I agree.
Go ahead, Better You.
Go ahead, Better You. Is that me?
No, I think he went out. Better You?
No, I got a notification. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
You're good.
Yes. Okay, so she got so very close to it, which is black men and women's experience is different. And in patriarchy, I hate this whole patriarchy language and shit.
We
But
never had one.
basically, well, it's not that. It's not what they say it is. That you're conflating a system of white supremacy with who leads the family. And she got so very, very close to like, hey, black men and women's experiences are so very different because this racist white supremacist society that we live in targets us differently, with black men bearing the brunt of that targeting. And I feel like she was like damn near to the goal line, but she didn't go over. Because like that is the next step of why don't these men do certain things? Like we're going to talk about education, and we're going to talk about certain opportunities, so on and so forth. Like it's the society. To BGS's credit, it's the environment. Yo, I've been laid off for nearly a year. I've seen dudes ain't got no degrees. I went through 2-3 jobs. I can't get one. So it's like when you take that step back and you see the larger macro, all that shit makes sense. And I felt like she tiptoed right up to it, but she ain't went over. That's my personal take on it.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me. It makes sense. But I think when you tell yourself that, and when you're taught that black men are nothing more than defective black women and defective white men simultaneously, and it's difficult to believe that black men have their own opinion and it might not be toxic. and black men might have an opinion concerning black women or relationships, blackness, all of that. Of course, the thing go off right now, but yeah, all of that. Black men might have a different opinion, and it might not be toxic. It's difficult to believe that, right? And you could see, like I agree with Better You could see the wheels turning clearly, and she questioned it. But that's why I said interview. Go into that interview. Single, childless black men above the age of maybe 30, and see why they're single and see what they say. And I promise you, you're gonna say it might sound sexist, but you have to ask yourself, what are black men signing up for exactly? Right?
I think it begs the question of if all organisms are self-interested. Forget speaking on the concept of people. There's not an animal alive that is going to sacrifice itself for nothing. Whether it be a microbe, whether it be an ant, a bee, a lion, or us. And you have to really ask yourself, what are their interests? Like if you're a black female asking this question about men, you have to ask yourself, what are their interests? What do they want? And I find it so very interesting that they really believe they can talk to men about men and not properly engage men. And it's kind of fascinating. It's like somebody that's gotten high on their own supply. Like I don't know.
Don't talk about Belcher like that. Oh, wait a minute, never mind.
Hey, I'll say this. I know some Kim Foster types, like in terms of they shape like her, make up like her. And it's her attitude, bro. Like, I'll be honest. She may not be everybody's cup of tea, but she do got a little shape to it. Like, if she had a better attitude,
yeah, she can work at a man. I ain't trying to say all that. Yeah.
This is coming from a brother who had a thing.
If she had a better attitude, she'd be with a guy she actually wanted.
Yeah, and I'm just glad you got over another one of those loudmouth antagonists as well. Better you. I'm just glad you said we saved you, man.
What you talking about, man?
That little red bone in Houston.
Real talk with you.
Hey, man, I done told y'all, man, stop blowing up my happy home, man.
I'm just playing with you, but for real. Let's understand. Let's look at it this way. As far as the Dr. Marsh goes, she knows where the limits are. When she talks about these things, she knows how to get up into that limit, but not cross over. She knows the boundaries are when it comes to that discussion. She understands that she knows what it is, but if she was
let me say this real quick.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry for that name up because this is important to something Better You was saying earlier. I couldn't speak earlier.
Okay.
Can black men be self-interested? You were speaking about self-preservation and self-interest. Can black men be self-interested? Going back, we could go back to the plantation on this. Can black men be self-interested in this society? Can you be self-interested? Can you put yourself first in a society that was built off of your oppression, literally off of your dead bodies? Huh?
That's a good question.
That's the question.
Especially...
And we know that white society is going to say no, but black women who share the same community with you, sometimes unfortunately, what's the answer for them?
Yes.
Huh?
We just can't tell nobody, Zoe. Stop passe, brother.
What's going on? But let me let Naima go, and then you got a G. Go ahead.
All right. Just like what I said about in this code, and what I'm saying about Chris Marsh, this ties with what you just said about black men being self-interest. Here's the thing, and she knows she cannot really say what she wants, because if she were to admit that black men are suffering in a different way, she would end up humanizing us. Society,
I agree with that.
And society as a whole, black women in particular, would have to acknowledge our humanity, which they do not want to, especially in this society, because you're viewed as one thing, first of all. But then again, in a lot of countries, a black man is viewed as this, a threat. And going back, and to quote Sheikh Jamil Alamin, it's Abdullah Alamin, formerly known as H. Rap Brown, when he talked about two things, that whole thing about collectivism versus individualism. The dangers black people have to understand about being rugged individualists, how it's going to be counterproductive to you. And the second thing he said in a different speech, where he said, black people can never be afforded individuality in this society.
Yep.
As a minority, as a minority, translation, as a minority, you are seen as part of a collective. Because when you see you as a collective, then they view you as, they can demonize you, they can marginalize you, they can see you as only certain tropes and stereotypes. To see you as an individual means they have to know you as such and such, your wants, your needs, your interests, how you are as a person.
Let me say it in a little differently. Individuality is a luxury, and it's a luxury that black people as a collective can afford. It's that simple. It's a luxury. And you see white folks, white men in particular, but you see white folks play this game where like y'all call that person a sellout because they think for themselves and they think differently. It's like, no. Why can't black people think for themselves and think differently than the group? Because oftentimes that individual that quote unquote thinks for themselves is a freaking sellout. They're not thinking for themselves. They're regurgitating something that benefits you as a white person or you as a person of the white group, so the white group, and that's actually detrimental to black people. So of course you would encourage that black person to quote unquote think for themselves and to be a quote unquote individual, right? Of course you would. Go ahead, G.
There's two forms of that stick, right? There's two forms of black outcast. There's the sellout, and then there's the person that doesn't fit inside of black culture or white culture. See, inside of our individualism, like I'm one of those people that don't fit inside of black culture and I don't fit inside the white culture. So we latch on to alternative cultures, or a lot of us, we develop Batman syndrome, where we develop secret layers and we actually never tell nobody our interest. We, like most brothers who don't fit into the black social classes and who don't fit into the white stratosphere, we turn into Batman. Like we get a secret layer. We got secret gadgets. Nobody really know our names. We kind of move through the world like ghosts. And the reason that we do that, and the reason, like, that's how I kind of move through the world like a ghost, because I understand, like, I don't fit inside the black paradigm. Like, I don't fit in that black paradigm. Like, I'm not that no more. I'm something more than that. In the other cultures won't accept me because they see me as outcast. So I'm true outcast. I'm outcast from my own culture, and I'm outcast from main culture. So I live inside of a subculture of existence in reality. Like I don't, like, nobody really knows my interests except the brothers in the manosphere. Nobody know that I read 3 books a week and that I watch anime all day and that I do electronics and gadgets and I'm trying to become a mechanic. But you guys, like, I know AB is a programmer.
And a rogue.
I know, you know what I'm saying? Like, we kind of live like Batman. We live in our secret layers and we pop our head out and pop back in.
So I got lucky, G, where my friend circle kind of gets it, and like, and so I got. This is the one thing that God had keep on blessing me with this. Whether I was in elementary school, whether I was in middle school, whether one thing I got super lucky with throughout my life is friendship. That's the what I gotta give that one up. The friendship thing. So I got lucky where I always had a group of friends that understood, and I didn't never feel alone in that respect. So that's one thing I looked up on every single time. But yeah, no, I agree with you with that, particularly concerning like the opposite sex and intimacy in the black community. Although I do think that the issue that we have, and that's why I played the clip I play. I'm gonna play it again for y'all, and we'll speak about it. One of the issues that we have is a number of black women that we would mesh with. In actuality, they take their they use their interest in whatever makes them a bit unique in the black community. They use that to try to get close to the white folks, white dudes, and start becoming begging ass broads, right? So that's who you would naturally mesh with, right? That's who
No,
that's you know. But go ahead.
that's not who we would naturally mesh with. Like I
Oh wait,
think
go
that
ahead, go into it.
I think that we take this to a different level of things to where we're not all the same people. Like this is what fucked up my life early in my life as a young
Wait. G, I gotta pause you for 1 second. I gotta address this for 1 second. Give me like 60 seconds. And Dollar Washer says, I always thought Mr. Z and hot sauce was the same person. That is a compliment beyond compliments. Hot sauce is a goddamn Ivy League graduate living in China. Look, if you thought I was hot sauce, thank you very much. Shout out to hot sauce. I am not hot sauce. Hot sauce is doing great in life. Mr. Z is extra average. I did not go to no goddamn Ivy League. Right, I am not
You're talking
advanced.
Miami, right? You're talking Philly,
Mr.
Miami.
Z average at best, huh?
Yeah, I'm average at best over here, bro.
No,
So
no,
thank you for
no.
mistaking me for hot sauce.
But
Jeez, that's
no,
a
no,
compliment.
Z. But Z, let's
Go ahead,
talk
G. Go
about
ahead.
this though, because you're actually above average. See, this is the things we get caught up in inside of being black men. We're actually above average. Like I'm not going to say, like I'm saying, as far as I used to think that about myself too. Like, man, this shit ain't nothing. Like this amount of money I make ain't nothing. Where I live is not nothing. But the shit that we downplay is actually the shit that counts. like our intellect has separated us from the average groups of black people. Like this is just real shit. Like, and this is me speaking for myself. I'm not no high class individual. I come from the slums and been to prison and all that. But my intellect has caused me to rise above those circumstances while those same people are still there who've never went to prison. They've never been in trouble, nothing, but they're still in their same circumstance. They still live pillar to post. They still are fucking off all of their money, having wanton sex, getting drunk and high every day. We are not of those people. And I think as brothers, we're so humble in our oppression that we forget that we don't actually even live like those people. It like I was going down in life because I was trying to go around my family. As soon as I cut my family off and stopped interacting with them, my whole life shifted. Because I was never part of that nonsense. This is what happens to a lot of black men. They try to stay around their family and their family destroys them. That's what happens with most of us. That's why I went to prison. It's not nobody's fault. It's my fault because I sought the acceptance of where I came from. I thought because I came from there, because every time I tried to explain difference or intelligence, they would tell me I'm acting like a white boy. Or nigga, that shit ain't gonna teach you nothing. You need to get out here with us. Or whoop-de-whoop. When in reality, now I don't even leave the house for money. And they all outside trying to go get $12 and $15 factory jobs.
A nickel and diamond.
Like their intellect is not on our level. And I think that we need it's not who your parents are. Some of us are just smarter. Some of us just have a higher level of acumen and we're not actually part of that shit.
You know what? Everything that G said, 100% agree with. Thank you for having me up, Z. And I will sort of take what you said in terms of we're just smarter, and I'll make it a little bit more palatable to everyone. And we'll say it's not so much that we're smarter, but we actually put in the work to start achieving our potential. Because what I think what we're seeing, and I see it all the time too, and I'm not even necessarily from the hood, but as I, outside of Chicago, going up, getting involved with all the stuff, you start getting around all types of different people. But a lot of the people that I had to leave behind because I wanted to go to college and do things with my life and leave where I was from, they're still there, and they're not in gangs or really getting high or drunk, but they're not seeing beyond where they're at because, and for a lot of the black men that I grew up with, they had incredible potential, but what we don't do as a culture, we don't understand how much work it takes to make that potential, to unlock that potential. And so I think a lot of what we don't do is put that hard work in. And I think the ones of us that are quote unquote smarter, we just put that hard work in. You know what I mean?
No, it's deeper than that, bro. It's deeper than that. It's on a level of those people don't even understand. You see what I'm saying? It's not the main problem I had with my bros and shit is they didn't even understand why we should be honorable. They can't fathom why we should be honest. They cannot fathom why we should have integrity. Like, why should you not take that extra $100 that's sitting there? Like, that's an antithesis to them. You see,
the
they
marshmallow
cannot.
test.
Yeah, they cannot.
That's the marshmallow test. Yep.
Yeah, they cannot. Like, I told my little brother, I said, hey man, you don't need to worry about that shit. You need to go to school because the world is changing. I told him, you need to go to school and you need to get a trade and you need to figure out something to do for the future because the old world is gone. All of that work in the factory and making and buy a home shit is gone. You need some type of technical training skill. He gonna tell me, man, that dumbass shit ain't gonna work, nigga. I'm about to go over here. I said, okay. And then he called me and asked to borrow money and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to listen to him because I was smart enough to understand I need to go get some type of training to earn more money.
So
like,
you know what I would say?
Let me say this real quick, you guys.
Yeah,
real quick, Big Drum Bear. Let me say this real quick. Something I think we all, because I think we have to factor in luck. I think we have to factor in time. Something very important I think we miss are interest.
Yeah.
Your interest oftentimes takes you to different places.
Yes.
Your interests oftentimes open you up to different other interests, right? New people, different environments, right? Certain things you hear. I give myself the grace knowing that I just like different stuff when because my bum ass, I can't remember why I said no to this, but my mom she came up on a little bit of change, so she bought my sister her laptop, and I don't know what I chose over the laptop, but it was stupid. But so late night when mom is asleep, sister's asleep, I'm surfing the internet, surfing YouTube, and I started watching the Zeitgeist documentaries. I started watching, and just my interest is what took me to something else, right? I was always political, even as a kid. I cared, right? So my interest, and now some friends and associates didn't care about that. They went a different way, going to what G was saying. Now when I go visit mom and I go around the corner to the Jamaican restaurant, I might see some of those folks out there selling CDs and DVDs still to this day. I'm not joking. Or at least not to this day. Let me take that back. That was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But still, these are people I went to high school with, right? So I get what G is saying. I agree. I think, but sometimes we have to be honest that there's a bit of luck there. It is skill, it is determination, it is drive, it is discipline, all of that. And I agree with everyone who's in saying that and who's implying that. There's also, I just cared about these things that allowed for me to kind of explore my interests a little differently, and the other folks didn't. And so now we're a decade and a half out, and yeah, Mr. Z is not college educated, but Mr. Z is stable. Mr. Z is doing pretty good. I'm in a loving relationship. I don't have any outside children, no children. My lady doesn't either. I don't have a record. She doesn't have a record. Like,
no dad.
Now that we're pretty much 20 years out of high school, I can see what those interests and the discipline got me. I could see the people that were even better than me and what it got them, and I could see the people that weren't so disciplined. And as you said, G, doing whatever and looking at stability, like, nah, I either want the big bucks or nothing. And we could see what that got those people, the men and the women, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Big Drama Bear.
I'll go real short.
Bear.
Yeah, I'll go real
Okay,
shortly.
no. Let's do this. McDrama Bear, better you. I think Giovanni might be trying to say something, and we'll go around. Go ahead.
Right. I think this is like deep philosophy, sort of what G was saying, and I think a lot of this comes down to when you haven't been to that particular peak of the mountain, right? When you haven't been to where the grass is greener and where things are good, you don't know how good things can be compared to where you are now, right? Like it's like if you've ever been, not in shape, whether you need to gain weight or you need to lose some weight, especially if you lose weight, and then all of a sudden you lose the weight, and all of a sudden you're like breathing different and you feel better. You're like, why? It's just you didn't know that you could feel like this as a baseline level, right? And I think there's a lot of that happening where people don't want to put the work in. They don't want to go toward different interests because they don't understand how good it can be if they get to the other side of that. So I'll land right there.
Yeah, thank you, McDrama Bear.
Yeah,
all right, go ahead, better you, and then we'll have Giovanni.
I just want to make a comment real quick, Z. Is that okay?
Go. Go, G, and then we'll get Better You, and then
Sorry, Better You. It's
Giovanni. Go
not
ahead.
that they don't want to do different interests, it's that they're not interested in it.
No,
See,
that's true.
we
That's
keep
true.
thinking that it's they don't know. They do know. They're just not interested. They're interested in the shit that they do. Like we always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Like it is not a benefit of the doubt. Like I remember I was young. I used to be playing Magic the Gathering, right? And I used to try to introduce my homies to it. They just wasn't interested. Like it wasn't nothing I could do to make them interested in science and technology. None of that. I couldn't do nothing. Even if I showed my homie a Raspberry Pi the other day and I unlocked his Wi-Fi. The first thing he thought was how he could steal something. And I just looked at this nigga like, I'm trying to teach you about cybersecurity. You're talking about stealing. Like, this is their mind state. You cannot change that. But go ahead, Better You.
You know what's funny? No, you real quick, Better You. I'm sorry. Well, you know what's funny? You say that. Like I remember being a kid in middle school talking about Final Fantasy 8 at the time, and my everybody was talking about 2K, whatever the hell, right? And I just be like, what? And I'm a car guy, so I'm talking about Gran Turismo, a more serious racing game, and they're talking about whatever Need for Speed. So I get what you're saying. If we're gonna do the video game thing or the game thing, people definitely were looking at Z like, nigga, what? Like,
So
what
it's
are you
not
talking
even that.
about, bro? Like,
Look, it's not even. It's they don't even. Bro, it's hard to face because we don't ever want to think about ourselves a certain way. But I had to realize I'm not better. I'm different. See, when you're different, you're just different. When you're just different, and inside the Black community, we get punished for not being different, so we hide it. They call it that punishment in the Black community for not conforming. I don't know how bad it is in the Haitian community or nothing, but inside the Black community, if you're not acting like everybody else, they call you weird and lame and stupid, and on top of the abuses we receive at home, like that shit makes you hide your intellect in the Black community. Inside the Black community, if you ain't smart in some type of criminal way, they don't see you as smart. Like that's why they praise Big Meech, but nobody ever talk about Benjamin Banneker. But they'll praise Big Meech every day. Like Big Meech is a nigga that went to prison is the highest aspiration. Just like with Black women.
Recall, it's the glitter. It's not the prison. It's the money. It's the boss. It's the clubs. It's the allegedly.
That's what I'm saying, though,
Wait. I gotta say this part.
Go
The
ahead.
allegedly helping Jeezy get on. Allegedly, right? It's all of that, right? It's so when it comes to Meech, the prison, yeah, because that's the cost of doing all of that shit, right? But it's really the glitter. It's you had the hoes, nigga. You had the cars. You had the nigga. You was moving like a boss, nigga. You moving, and you was able to escape the law for this long. And that's what it's really. It's you were living the movie. The movie that we have played, whatever 90s hood ass movie, drug kingpin movie we got played on in our minds, you were living that. Oh my god, you're the real thing. So that
But this
I get
the
what you're saying
thing,
about the
Zoe.
prison part, but yeah, go ahead.
But this is why I was trying to make people understand. If you first off, Big Meech wasn't even rich. Like I'm smart enough to know this nigga was hiding. He wasn't even rich. This nigga was a drug dealer. You're not even in the top 1%, nigga. You're a drug dealer. You're a smuggler. And you went to prison in the end for 25 fucking years. Like I understood that wasn't nothing to strive for. Them niggas are not successful. The losers go to prison. And if the average
remember
Black
you're thinking
person,
differently. Yeah.
that's like
I
a
agree.
nigga is aspiring to be Scarface, and Scarface died after 2 years of the movie. Like nigga, I'm not aspiring to be a nigga that died. Like
wait, G. Think about this though, G. I gotta cut you. Think about this. If you think your life is worthless and nothing anyway, if you would you, and I understand this, and this is something internally I had to battle a little bit. I never sold anything. I never was in the streets or anything like that. But even now, I battle it sometimes. Well, what's the point? Either I'm gonna make this money and die. It is the get rich and die trying. I think 50's title. I think that's perfect. I'm either gonna go big. I'm gonna get the money. So what if I only live 5
no,
more years?
it's not that. It's not that, Zoe. Trust me, Zoe. It's not
Go
that.
ahead.
I've been in the light. It's not that. They just stupid. Because when they
Go
get
big or go home.
when they listen,
Yeah, go
when
ahead.
they get in the
We gotta have
positions they
better you after
own.
this, but go ahead.
Listen, I used to always get into it with homies when we went to jail because I would never try to get out of jail. Like, nigga, I know we was going to jail. These niggas do shit and think that they're just going to, like, nigga, I wasn't supposed to. Nigga, I'm in, like, bro, it's cognitive dissonance. You think that they think that, oh man, I might as well get rich or die trying, and that's not what they think. You know what I'm saying? That's not the
You're saying they're
mindset
not
of them
thinking.
niggas.
There's no plan. There's no screw it.
No,
If I
them
can't have it
niggas
this way,
like,
I'm gonna
bro,
just do whatever. I get what you're saying. I get
they're
what you're saying.
fucking listen, they fucking simpletons, bro. Like, if it's not right in front of
I
their
hate you,
face,
G, for this shit.
no, I'm telling
That's
you the
just
truth
funny.
because I used to listen, bro. I had an idea when I was thugging that I was like a paladin, bro. Like I'm telling you the real deal. Like I used to think like this shit was holy, that this was ordained for black people. Until I got to prison and I seen these niggas fighting over oatmeal cream pies. But listen to what I'm
This
telling
nigga's
you,
the
bro.
worst.
Listen to what
Oh
I'm
man.
telling you, bro. It is not, them niggas are not higher thinkers. Yeah, some of our high, like I've talked to H-Rap Brown personally, bro. I'm talking to Naima now. Like Naima, I've prayed on the Musella with H-Rap Brown in USP Canaan, bro. I sit up and
You
had
perform Salah with
conversations
him?
with him. Yes, bro. I sit up and had
Oh.
conversations with Jamil Alameen, bro. Long hour. I sat and he listened to him give the khutbah at Jumu'ah.
Khutbah, yeah. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
if anybody doesn't know, wait, hold on a second. If anybody doesn't know, khutbah is what they call a sermon. It's the sermon that imams give every Friday at noon in the
So
mosque.
I've sit on the Musella under Jamil Alameen. And you know what Jamil Alameen told me when I
What
was
he said?
leaving prison?
What he said?
He said, if you can't change the people around you, you have to change the people around you, bro. Peace to God.
Right there, right there. Either basically, either you change the people who are with you, or find some new, or get the fuck out of here and find some people who are like-minded like you.
Yep.
Because that's the thing, that's been my thing. And the problem with that is, and one thing I've had to make peace with the fact is, I'm gonna have to get used to being by myself sometimes. Sometimes, it's like, let me put it this way. Even though I'm not Muslim, but but there's something that I learned from my father. G knows this. When the savannah is full of toothless, clawless, maneless, can't roar damn lions, it's better to be a leopard. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Let
Black
me
man, we're not
let me
lions, we're tigers, bro.
let
You
me
gotta
do
be
this. Let me do this, everyone.
leopard.
I see where G is going with that, but let's do this because we should have let Better You speak like 10, 15 minutes ago. So I want
Oh,
to say
my
this to
bad.
KMS. KMS is trying to give Trell a run for his money as the one-liner king in here. It's Vincent and KMS is trying to come from Trell's crown. And KMS is Paladin Pookie question mark or Ray the Rook, and that's hysterical.
Because that's how
Right?
that's how intellectual I was making it. Because I had to give myself a purpose. Like I had to feel like I was a holy knight fighting for my people. And then when I got to that shit, I realized these niggas is dope fiends, man. Like these
No.
niggas, like, because I didn't drink alcohol. I didn't do none of that shit. I was just thugging hard, nigga. I was just going on the missions. I was hustling. I was contributing to the cause. When I went to prison, I wasn't scared. Nigga, I was like, nigga, I finally made it to the feds. Nigga, I'm going to the big, with the
Wow.
heavy hitters.
Wait,
Like,
what?
I'm finally going with the heavy hitters. Because this is how I've been trained my whole life. And when you get there and see these niggas that you done looked up to and heard about fighting over oatmeal cream pies in a fucking TV station, and you realize, like, no, these niggas is big ass little kids who never grew up and they're addicted to drugs. They don't have the intellect. They don't have the intellect to get away from drugs and to get themselves out of the situation. The only reason that men recidivize and go to prison is because they cannot figure out how to make it in the real world. So they get out of prison and jail and with all this shit, and they're not smart enough to figure out what to do to stay free.
And
That's really
rate?
the truth. They're not intelligent enough to stay free, so they resort back to the dumb shit that got them back in prison.
I agree with this, and let me do this. Better you go ahead if you want to go back to what we were talking about. If you want to do that, but G, we got to. I'm gonna have to interview G, y'all. I'm gonna do it. We will figure something out. We gonna figure something out. But go ahead, Better you go ahead.
in terms of where we were at before about black men and how we kind of achieve and whatnot, one thing that we didn't touch on, and I think it is very important, is the pressures that's on us. I feel like a lot of times we in the pressure cooker, and for lack of a better term, I'm sure there's probably somebody that has a more scientific term than this, but my dad always said, like, when you in tough times, your clutch gene activates. Like, when you ain't got no way but to figure it out, like, you figure it out. And
You don't got no choice.
and we as black men, I mean, we real close to like the coldness of the world. So we don't have the same type of safety net to catch most of us. Like most of us, I mean, you know, we pass by the homeless guy, even if we doing really well. And it's like, you know, how far am I really from that?
That's the
Alexa, play
so
Mr. Window by Arrested
Very
Development.
far.
right. I'm glad you said that, better you, because like, you know, I see, because of what I do, I see homeless all the time. I see them all day, pretty much, to tell you the truth. And I find myself being a little shrewd sometimes when they ask you for $1 and whatnot, because it goes back to what G was saying, where you're like, bro, I see you on the corner all the time. I see you not trying. I see you panhandling, and like, and they, many of them, they don't really ask you. They almost demand it in a very arrogant way, and they're real aggressive with it, which makes you want to spite them and say no even more, right? So, but I do have that thought every once in a while, exactly what Better You was saying, where it's like, how far am I really from that? Like how what like and to be honest with you, this is why I count the my network, right? And like, you know, a bit of that is straight luck, to be honest with you. But well, not even a bit of it, a lot of it is that, and you have to be honest with yourself that the one thing I might have over that person is my network and my safety net, that I think at least I have, and that I'm not so insufferable. I'm not on drugs, any of that. Where if I fell on hard times and I have to move back in with the parents, I could do that. I have friends that I can move in with, right? Um, yeah, at least for a little while, right? So yeah, so if it wasn't for the network and I moved in on hard times, and Miss Z and Mr. Z broke up, and you know, we had to move out and she moved in with her mom, and I'm kind of out of luck. Yeah, that's what it would be. So yeah,
But
I agree with you on that, Better You. Go ahead, Better
this
You,
the
if
thing
you want to
though.
finish up.
Or go ahead, better you. My fault.
Real quick, yeah,
Yeah,
Z, let Better You finish up.
yeah. So, and great point. And my whole thing is like, we underestimate that so much, because even other guys of other races, we all kind of sometimes think like, oh well, you know, they get out the mud. Like, nah, son,
No, they don't. Nope, nope,
nah, not like us.
nope.
But better
Mm-mm.
you. That's
That's why
why
we
it's more
Spartans, baby.
important. Listen, better
Oh,
you.
go ahead.
That's why it's more important for us to be more diligent against that. Like
Yep.
every time I
Yep.
tried to go back and help my people, I ended up in a worse position.
Yep.
Like just real shit. Every time I go to the ghetto, they begging me for something, and I don't want to even call it the ghetto, but I gotta call it that because nigga, I don't even live there. I live in the suburbs. So every time I go into the city to try to talk to my people, it's always a catastrophe going on. Somebody's about to get evicted. Somebody just got killed or died. Somebody needs some food at their house because this light is off. These people will stand over what's the name house 8 deep. Like, and it's not that they can't, and I'm not no better than them. I come from the same thing. But you know what I do? I keep my eggs in a basket. I don't go to the club on Friday when I know I only made $450 this week. I don't fucking go out to eat every day because I'm too lazy to cook. And I think we are forgetting that these are the actions that these people do to remain in poverty. And I understand it because I actually come from the heart of despair. So I know it's not that they don't got no money. It's not that they can't get a job. It's that they don't want to.
Mr. Z, Mr. Z.
Let's do it. Let's do this, everyone. Go. Is that you, Tunnel Runner? We're gonna let Tunnel. I did not forget about you, Giovanni. I did not forget about the rest of you. If that's Tunnel Runner, go ahead. We'll just keep on going around in the circle. Go ahead.
These
we have some of these women in our community that are actually homeless, living in their cars, and
Yep.
bragging about it, thinking that it's
Yeah.
something cool to do. I mean, we
Yeah.
even have women who they won't get with a man. They will have a child and live in their car and trying to show off that I can still go out, I can still eat every day,
Hmm.
I can
Hmm.
still go on dates. But I it really are a bum, and they don't realize that you are just you gotta. I mean, they're not waking up. They're trying to make something that looks so bad that is so dangerous as a woman to be living out in your car, going to the gym to take showers and
Yeah, I
and,
saw it.
and
I saw it. Yeah,
struggling
I saw the
and
video.
don't and playing it off like it's cool. And
Yeah.
and some of these women are not ugly. I mean, they're good looking, decent. I mean,
Yep.
decent. And
They're decent
it's
enough. I get you. Yeah. 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 Hmm.
and I just don't understand what their way the mindset is that you trying to make something look good that looks awful, that you don't understand that you're not, that you are in a bad situation, you got your kids in a bad situation, and you need to submit to somebody who know what's going on.
Way I knew you was gonna say it eventually. I knew you were gonna say one of those words. You said something very important. You used a very important word. Anybody know the word that Tunnel Runner used that made Z pause him?
No.
I
Submit.
do.
Oh,
There
I
you
didn't
go.
hear it. Sorry.
Yeah, submit
Submit.
for sure.
Look, I said this to BGS. Some of these women, listen to what y'all are saying. We already saw the story last week. We all spoke about with the black women who two kids froze to death. Their ego, their pride. See, she tried to play victim, and then her cousin low key bust her out. Where pride did this, right?
You know what, Mr. Z?
I've
I
seen.
think. Oh, go ahead.
Real
Sorry.
quick, real
Sorry.
quick. This is the
Yeah.
thing that I've been trying to tell BGS because I grew up with millennial black women. I grew up with millennial women writ large, millennial Latinas, millennial white women, millennial black women. But particular from millennial black women, some of them will go under the bridge. They rather be under the bridge than get on a black man's program. And that's why Mr. Z, y'all see, especially I'm like, either she on your program or she's not. And if she's not, you gotta leave her out there in the wilderness, in the cold indefinitely. Because all she gonna do, as G is saying, is bring you down. That's all she
Oh
gonna
yeah.
do. You gotta leave her out there in the cold.
Carry
Right?
that
And
albatross
that
around your neck.
and let me make sure I say this. Like Charles says, don't be red pill for black women and blue pill for these non-black women. Because them white women, some of them, and them Latina women, a lot of them are on the same crap.
Mm-hmm.
Exhibit A, Cardi B, and I'll and go ahead and finish up Tunnel Runner and then we'll
Yeah, I mean, my wife is Latino. She's a Colombian. She's that submits for me. I make that happen. That was coming in the deal. That's what I'm looking for. And for any woman, if like you said, she has to submit to you. She has to want to follow your lead. And if she ain't gonna follow your lead, let her go. Let her go
Mm-hmm.
because it's nothing but trouble. Because when they mess up,
Yep.
they're gonna still put
Yeah.
it on you. Even though
Yeah.
they took charge
Mm-hmm.
and controlled things, when they mess up, they're gonna look at you like, "Well, you should have let me."
No,
Literally.
both of
Of
you.
Hey, wait,
course.
I got it for you. Morgan Freeman got something to say.
He's right, you know.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Congrats
Just
on the
saying.
nuptials, by the way, Tunnel.
Let's do this. So let's keep on going.
Thank you, sir.
Giovanni hasn't spoke yet. Let's go hasn't spoke yet. We got Zulu here. Okay, so go ahead, Giovanni.
Yeah, it was honestly just a comment earlier about the expectation we have just like in our lives between the men and women. It's not this, like we're living completely different lives as far as the support we even think we're gonna have. Like there's no expectation of us having government support, assistance, housing, any of that really support
Mm-hmm.
from even our own families. Because
Say
even
that.
guys here admitted that we had to break away from our own support system, which should be our families, in order to succeed. So we're being competed against. We're competing against people who, like in this case, let's say white men who have had hundreds of years of slavery feeding into them, as well as family support. Black women in this case who have government assistance by the billions every year. Banks giving them funding by the billions. And actually, if you look into any of those companies, a great number of them are healthcare centers just for women, and they're abortion centers. I know this because I'm in the healthcare field, and I can just look it up because you see which companies get the funding. So you would fund, they have no problem funding abortions or healthcare for just women, but not for, let's say, children, helping with their abuse to kind of prevent these situations. So it's this weird cycle that's being fed into and pretty much funded. So as somebody else said it earlier too, as far as they know, it's like, yeah, they know what's going on. Like they're not blind to, the effects of all this. They're just currently benefiting at higher levels. You're able to make a healthcare company and get $250,000 in funding if you say it's just for black women, not girls, boys, families, but just for women. So it's like your life's like, it's like, again, like what you're expected to have in business as far as funding. No black man expects to open a business and get $250,000 in funding
Yeah.
serving
Yeah.
black men. But you can be a black woman if you say, I'm serving black girls, you may get funding. If you're serving black women, you will definitely get funding because it's literally it's very separate for you as if you're your own race. It's very strange how it's woman based and not
It,
family
it's
based.
it's not as strange, Giovanni, if you understand that the society tries to subsidize black women to screw over black women and men.
Correct,
Number
yeah.
one. Number
Yeah.
two, this is that I think that door is closing. Number three, a lot of these banks that were pulling this stunt, I want to say Goldman Sachs in particular, they were doing
Yes.
this to hide financial crimes, bro. They're hiding behind black women
Oh.
in particular. What they're
I
really
They
doing,
money
well
allegedly,
minders. Tell them,
allegedly,
Z. They money
allegedly,
minders, Z.
what's so funny, that's
exact.
exactly
No,
what
no,
I was
no, no.
talking about.
Allegedly,
Yeah.
this is what I'm saying. They're getting caught up in financial crimes overseas,
Mhm.
allegedly, right? And then they're trying to hide behind doing for whatever minority group, but particularly black women, right? So, and
That
I actually covered this, Giovanni. I covered this a few years ago, right? Where you're saying, hey, I'm donating $10 billion to black women specifically, and to help black women and girls, and to help black women start businesses, and da da da. And when you look up that same bank that you're referring to, you find out, oh, you in trouble because y'all was helping people money launder over here in this Southeast Asian country. Oops.
Or the Clinton administration,
Oh,
or the Clinton administration got caught up in Haiti trying to steal kids again. So
yeah. Hey, bro. Hey, I'm not even gonna go in on the Clintons. I worked for Hillary Clinton campaign. Well, I didn't work for her campaign. I worked for the Democratic Party when she ran. What I will say, G, it's not just the kids, bro. She bought allegedly. By the way, I did not vote for Hillary Clinton. So if anybody want to ask, um, she she pretty much allegedly bought the whole goddamn Democratic Party in that 2016 election. That's why they moved Bernie out. Shit, the Democratic Party was bankrupt, bro. The DNC was bankrupt. She bought the whole goddamn party. That's allegedly. That's what the whole Clinton Foundation money was about, right?
and
She wanted
yeah,
Donald
yeah,
Trump to run because she thought she could beat him. That's why she didn't come out and concede defeat that night, because she actually thought she could beat him.
she can't fuck with Trump. That boy Trump,
You see what
Emperor
I'm saying?
Trump. That's Emperor Trump, man.
Allegedly,
They
because
better leave
Mr.
that
Z
boy
got to
alone.
but
Mr.
yeah,
Mr. Z got to cover his bases here. Allegedly, right?
yeah, but like, yeah,
So
like that's what I mean as
Allegedly,
far
yeah.
as the
Allegedly,
yeah.
Clinton was stealing kids in
yeah.
Haiti. Allegedly. You know?
Plead the fifth, nigga. Plead the fifth.
Okay.
And let me read this real quick. And Two Watchful says, Mr. Z, Popeyes and sound like hot sauce and almost as petty fun. LOL. Look, that is a compliment out the world. First of all, hot sauce is super petty for real. Number one, but number two, that is a compliment out the world. Look, hot sauce, I can't fuck with hot sauce. Hot sauce is highly educated. The brother done traveled to Africa and she lives in China. I don't got shit on hot sauce, but thank you for the
Hot
compliment. Thank
sauce.
you for the compliment. Right?
But this the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
See, but what the brother was speaking on is like
Uh-huh.
that's what I kind of feel like we turn into Batman, bro. Like think about
Mm.
what Batman really was, bro, and like that's kind of how most of us end up living our lives. You know what I'm saying? Like
Ooh.
most of
Alter
us end up like
ego.
we end up with a secret lair and a bunch of great hobbies that nobody ever knows
Honestly, yeah, that's quite
about.
common. Yeah.
Shout out to the man
Because
That's
cave.
as
facts.
yeah, because
That's
as a
So
facts.
black
wait,
man,
G
listen,
G
as
G.
a black man, listen, let me land with this. As a
After you
black
go, we gotta
man,
because we gotta let Giovanni finish with that, because we got BGS up here. We gotta make the rounds. Y'all know Mr. Z can't go
okay,
too late today. So, but yeah, finish up G, and then we'll
Z,
continue around.
okay, peace to the
Z,
God.
why
Y'all
can
go
we
ahead,
see
go ahead. I
ourselves?
just that's just my statement. We like Batman in this motherfucker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I agree with you on that. Finish up Giovanni. Go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah.
so just being in healthcare administration, it does
Mhm.
almost seem like a funnel because on one hand we're saying like so like the rhetoric and the facts almost kind of go hand in hand. They expose themselves because on one hand they say, well, the black dollar so poorly managed that it escapes the community pretty much immediately. But we're also saying that, hey, we're giving these women billions of dollars, and also they're the head of the community and make far more money than the men, which obviously isn't true. But like the rhetoric, it never matches up to what's actually going on. So you're getting billions of dollars to not serve your family or your community, and the money
Let me
is
say this to you,
escaping. So
Giovanni.
it's yeah.
Let me say this because I need Neymar to say his world famous quote about propaganda. About remember what you said a few months ago, Neymar? You want to say it,
Yeah, I
please? Thank
remember.
you.
I always say from time to time before I do. Z, what is with your presentation? What I only see is the garage. Where are we? I don't see any of us.
We got new people up
Who's
that never been on the panel. I don't know which one of these Negroes don't really like seeing us go flash his peen or
Hey,
play
I've
some
been
porn in the
waiting to do this
background.
all day, bro.
okay? Fair enough. Okay,
Right?
fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Shout out
Let
to
me say
Zulu.
it then.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, as I always say, who gonna let the truth get in the way of a very convincing narrative?
And there you go, Giovanni.
Hmm. Hmm.
Right.
Especially Giovanni. I'm just going like
Exactly.
hmm.
Right.
Hmm.
And so let's keep on moving. And, we'll have Naaman continue in a minute. Let's go
Yeah.
ahead, and then we'll have Zulu, and then we'll have BGS. Because the Darth Vader done walked in the room. We gotta let him do his intro last, right? So go ahead, and
The
let's go.
great Jedi then came in this joint.
Right? Anakin
Sorry,
done walked in
can you
the
hear me?
room. Yeah, we
Oh,
can
we
hear
can
you. Go
hear
ahead.
you.
Oh yeah. I wanted to ask you what you said about black men being suicidally, like black gang members being suicidal about their position. Like, oh, I'm gonna get rich or die trying. Don't you think it's very similar to what Bell Hook said in our comment about the Central Park Five, that they were basically suicidal in their attempted rape, but we all know it's false. But what was commenting on was the psychology of the average gangman.
You're gonna have to repeat that for me, Mr. Let's Go, because that your background, and then you kind of stuttering a little bit. I missed that. You might have
And
to
you're
streamline
gonna
that.
have to speak a little slower and clearer because I don't think English is your first language.
Okay, so a couple of minutes ago, you said something. You said something about
Slow down, because we have to understand you. Okay, so slow it down.
a couple of minutes ago, uh, Mr. Z. You said something about black gang members being suicidal
Gang
about
members?
their position.
Talking about
Yeah,
gang members? Okay.
yeah, but their position of black gang members of black men being suicidal in their
Like I
position.
said, you got to slow it down
And
because, like I said, you got to slow it down. English is not your first language, and using vowels uh, that are not American. So we got to be able to really understand what you're saying because you said gang members, right?
Oh, I can understand them,
yeah,
bro. I
black
don't know about
gang
anybody else.
members
I can
of men
understand it.
generally
Okay. Yeah, but
being
I can't.
suicidal,
Mm-hmm.
being suicidal about their
Suicide,
position.
still not societal or suicidal?
Suicidal,
Societal.
like
Huh?
will kill up.
Societal or suicidal?
Is there a difference?
I think he
Societal.
said
Suicidal
Yes,
means
no,
suicidal.
they're
I
you're
think he
way
said
different.
gonna
There's a
kill
suicidal.
way big
yourself.
difference.
Societal means you're trying to blend in with the rest of the community. There's a big difference. Yes.
And
No,
suicidal
I'm
means
talking
you're
about
trying to
dying for
kill.
what you want. Dying
Yeah,
for what you
Are
want,
you
like
talking
it's suicidal.
nihilistic and
Okay.
suicidal.
Suicidal. Okay. Okay.
suicidal?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think it's very similar to what Bell Hook said when she was making the comment about the Central Park Five
Uh-huh.
boys, right? About them being in like a death cult of nihilism and suicide.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm asking Mr. Z, doesn't he see the similarities? Is Bell Hook's right?
I can
Mm-hmm.
see that no, but Bell Hooks was coming from a very negative place. But
Mm-hmm.
appreciate Bell
And she was
Hooks.
wrong.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
she was wrong.
Thank
She
you.
was wrong. Yeah.
Exactly. And so Bell Hooks, who should be Lady, you rest in peace, whatever. As a black woman, as a supposed elder in the early '90s, late '80s, you are supposed to be looking out for these boys. You're supposed to be defending them. She did not. She threw them under the bus because of respectability politics and misandry.
Mm-hmm.
Right? She threw them under. This is the height, and BGS could tell you. This is the height of respectability as a way to fight Reagan and his crap and his propaganda.
And it's playing into the trope, the black male trope of raping white women
Exactly.
and killing white women and stuff like that. It's been around for 200 years. Okay, I can't tell you how many men have gone to jail and gotten hung because behind that kind of crap that she was saying.
And Bell Hooks doubled down. I want you to understand, Bell Hooks was having a moment and she doubled down. This was her moment, late '80s, early '90s, Bell Hooks, all over the goddamn place.
Mm-hmm.
And she used that to defecate. So it's her and Trump. A lot of y'all don't want to admit that Trump was out here writing editorials about this shit too, right?
You got
And Biden over here with the 94 crime bill, it was a moment. It was defecate on black men all day, every day moment.
You got to remember, because I was progressive back in the early '90s, okay, and basically Bell Hooks was playing up to limousine liberal white women, so that's how come she put that crap out there, okay. Bell Hooks was not an intersectional feminist back then. She was a feminist, and she was a limousine liberal, just like the rest of them white chicks were.
And threw black men the Central Park Five right under the bus, and reversed it and then forwarded it again. So the nihilism, I understand it for many black men, but that is not what Bell Hooks was speaking to.
No.
Yeah, that's not what she was speaking to. She was just trying to do her best rendition of white feminist. I agree with BGS on that.
I mean, brother, are you in the United States by any chance?
No, I'm in Canada.
Okay, you're in Canada. Okay, if you're in the United States and you've been a black man in the United States, black men cannot afford to be nihilistic. We don't have that option. White boys can afford to be nihilistic because the cops gonna let them get away with that shit. They have a lot of cushion and get away with that shit. Most black men cannot be nihilistic. Most black men have to be realist. The vast majority. Because if not, you're gonna get killed, or you guys are gonna be on the street, you're gonna die, or you're going to prison.
You're gonna be one of them that G was just talking about.
Yeah, and G can tell you. If you're a black man, I don't care where you are, especially unless you're very, very rich, okay, you can't afford to be nihilistic.
I agree. So, Mr. Let's Go, I hope we answered your question, and we're gonna be moving on to Zulu. What's going on, Zulu?
My bad, bro, for coming in a little late, man. But
Zulu, you weigh in
no,
on
you
it
good.
if you want to. Okay.
Man,
Zulu from Atlanta, he can tell you that you can't be.
Man, well, that's true, but you can't. I put it like this: when I was dealing with other women from other countries, they say you were very hopeful as an individual. That's what I was told, right? Now, maybe that's just my natural optimism that's shining through or whatever, but who knows, right?
And you have basically you're looking at the world from a first world lens, and they are not.
Yeah, that too. So I mean,
what's possible for you, and what's possible for you, okay, is regular. Okay, you can get on a freaking plane and go back to civilization and live, running water and 24/7 electricity. Okay, a lot of them cannot.
Well, true. Yeah, true. I can say, man, I don't know, but with me, BGS, if you actually met me when I was a child, I was always naturally kind of a hopeful child, and or with the people how would look for the silver lining.
Silver lining, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, man, BGS, I got something I'm gonna tell you later though, but I'm just gonna skip my turn for right now. I'm watching this video. I'm just kind of more stunned at what I'm watching than anything else. So,
hey, Zoe, what I think the problem is with us is we don't realize when the fight is over. Like I'm at the age where I'm realizing now that I made it out. Like, so I'm trying to figure out what to do for the future, but I'm not in the ghetto no more.
Yeah.
So I've been so used to surviving in the ghetto that everything in my life was based off of a lack, like scarcity.
You take the boy out of the ghetto, but
and
take the ghetto out of the boy.
Yep, and I can't never go back, Z. Like, I can't even go back to visit, bro. Like, I don't even go back to visit no more. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing for me there. Even that's where my whole, like, I'm alone now, but I'm not really. I'm trying to figure out how to cope with it. That's why I say we become like Batman. I kind of feel like Batman, bro. Like, I'm in the fucking cave, and I got these gadgets and these computers, and like that just entertains me while I'm by myself. And I go out in public and I come to the manosphere to talk to the brothers, but most brothers who choose the SYSBM or the Ed Moore route, we become Batman, bro. We don't want to participate in the degeneracy of, the black community.
Mm-hmm.
We not accepted into the mainstream society. So we enter into this middle world of, I don't even know, purgatory. We're going to call it purgatory. We're going to use Dante.
It's a shadow world.
Yeah, we in the shadow world of, like, now I'm about to solder this little motherboard and stuff, but I'm like, we doing this stuff and it's not fulfilling. Like, it's not fulfilling for me. I would rather congregate with the brothers, you know what I'm saying, and intellectually have conversations and do things together. But most of us become like Batman, bro. And we in our caves and we're surviving and we're living and we're trying to thrive. But we done fucking took on the black pill or the red pill. So now we like Batman, like that's what Batman, the
Oh,
richest
G,
man
when
in
you
the
finish, I
world,
want to
and
go
won't
after
come
you
out
though.
the fucking cave.
When you finish, like for me, I'm gonna
Go,
say a little bit differently. I'm sorry, BJ, I ain't want to skip you over you, but for me, necessarily, I kind of looked at it a little bit differently, right? I always necessarily saw myself as my own quote unquote, little. I don't know if it's like it's an anime reference, right? So some people may get it, some people might not, right? I always saw myself as kind of like Luffy from One Piece, with that little cartoon, whatever, right? Well, all I was trying to always do was build my perfect team and then go out and conquer the world. That's how I always saw
we don't like
myself,
you
right?
like that, Zulu. I'm messing
Damn,
No,
with
boy,
you.
that's
Go
most
ahead.
definitely.
retarded.
Hey,
It's
listen.
cold out here, bro. You know what I
If
mean?
you be Luffy, hey, if you be Luffy, I'll be Zorro, nigga. We
Hey,
can
bro, I
ride
need
out.
me a good Zoro out here, boy. I need me a right hand, boy. I need me a good right hand, boy.
if you are a team builder, then you assemble a team because that's what you do.
Yeah,
Most
that's what
people that
I actually kind of already did that
you should
previously.
already get. If you haven't done it, that's not you.
Nah, actually,
Yeah, you know what?
I done, but I think I made mistakes because I think it's some things
No,
I
if
haven't learned yet.
people that acquire people and build teams, they have it naturally in them. They do it no matter where
Mm.
they are. If you haven't done it at your age, that's not you.
Yeah, but basically, when I was basically going through that, that's how I basically saw myself. I was like, all right, just gotta
Hmm
find the correct team necessarily help me get to the goal that I was trying to necessarily get to. And through the madness, bro, I think I found my team. I found my individuals necessarily here and there necessarily. Even through O'Shea, as much as I give O'Shea, I was able to find some good people, bro.
hmm
Good people that actually still work with to this day. But the thing is, once you kind of get into that mode, really, as I've been looking at as I grow older and older, it would just like if you want to understand One Piece, Luffy don't give a damn about his crew. Anybody else that's not on his crew is basically, out there in the wilderness, as we like to say, right? So, and that's basically how I kind of came to that realization. And as I got farther and deeper in it, I kind of like I don't think I grew callous. What's the word when you just don't care? Callous is probably the right word.
Indifferent.
Indifferent. I just can't be more indifferent. Like, like for me, like my only like shred of like kindness that I generally do have now for like, other folk is more like if I see that homeless guy, I'll give that guy $3-4, right? Because I think I walked into a restaurant and I saw a homeless guy. He basically like I already got $3 on me, trying to buy a meal, and I wouldn't give him an extra 5, right? So like that for me, that's like my quote unquote. I try to give back like kindness or something. But other than that, bro, I'm basically already out here on the mode of you already did. Necessarily, I don't know if you just seen a little cartoon that was like Fist of the North Star or something. He was like, "Nah, bro, you already dead," and the guy ended up exploding. That's for me. Like you don't know you dead yet, but we just waiting for the bang at this point. But it just gets more difficult as I kind of look around. Well, which I kind of already made my peace with it, but it is kind of to the most of the point. I don't even really look out the window no more. I look, maybe see the light, something like that. I see like the hookers out there and they're trying to trapping out their house, and after that I kind of just go back to my regular life, bro.
And no, hey, bro. Most of us ain't Luffy, bro. Most of us is Afro Samurai in this bitch, bro. Most of us is moving through the countryside, solo dolo, with our armor on, with our sword ready, and our intellect at the heel, ready to move. Like that's kind of how I move, bro. I move like I stopped driving trucks because that's not actually a skill. That's more of a job. That's why I became a mechanic, because I could take that anywhere in the world. Like I could be a diesel mechanic in Africa or Sri Lanka or Texas or Hawaii. Like, but being a truck driver that's really just a job. That's not
Yeah, I figured
actually a
that out. I'm
trade.
figuring that out too, though.
Yeah, that shit is just a trade. Like it's all based on if somebody wants to give you a job. But when you're a mechanic, like I could just fix anybody's shit, get the money, and keep going. Like that goes into like most of us have to be sovereign in this world. And people don't understand what sovereign really means. Like, no, you can't have no debt. You can't be owing nobody. Like, especially with the way the world moving now. Like what I thought was a curse actually turned into a blessing later in life.
G,
That I don't. Yeah.
man, G, if I
Go
tell
ahead.
you, bro, the things I had to figure out on my own, I had to buy my own I bought my own little trailer. Cost me like, was it 20 grand? Let's say, bought that shit, bought my own little land, bro, and I almost got that shit paid off. And once I finished paying that land off, bro, I'm totally free at that point. Listen, I know I'll be totally free.
Let me
That's basically my game, my whole game, just to be totally free of all.
let me play. I'm gonna play these back to back to back. I mean, they're not that long, so none of the clips are incredibly long. They're all like about 2 minutes long at the most. At the most. So we're gonna play these back to back so everyone can um, appreciate what we're talking about and how we got to this part of the conversation. If we just continue with this, so be it. If we kind of pivot a little bit, so be it. Okay, so let's play these in the order that I played them originally. And here we go.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
She said, if it benefits me, maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's a helping hand. That's what she was saying. Right? So there's that. Let me continue. Wait. Before we go. I got you in a minute. Let me play these back to back.
Yeah, so it's really funny because when I wrote the book, I was talking to my mentor and I was like, since women dominate the category, I think I interviewed 62 people. I think 40 or 50 of those were women. So 19 were men. So you do the math. Mm-hmm. I could have written a book just about Black women, but I didn't want to. And part of the reason why I didn't want to is because I think that it's not just a Black woman issue. Yeah. Right. There are at least 19 Black men out there who have never been married, don't have any children. I interviewed them, right? At least 19, right? There's one that was married. He had a child, so I'm like, we got to take you out of the data set. Like, why did you wait 75 minutes into this interview to tell us this stuff? Yeah. But anyways, but one of the things that was really, and I'm glad that I did, because that's when we started to normalize those non-romantic nurturing relationship. That was a gender difference that I saw show up. Another gender difference, which I thought is so fascinating, as I as a sociologist struggle with what this actually means. So the women were hopeful that they would get married one day, and for the men, it was just a matter of time before they did. And when I think about that as a sociologist, I'm like, so are Black men that I interviewed just choosing the lesser of two evils? So if we're talking about, how we need to pick and who we need to pick, we really should be talking to Black men sometimes and not necessarily talking to Black women. But Black women, they are all on us, like what we should and should not be doing. I agree. So I appreciate that I had the Black men in the book because there were some gender nuances that I picked up, and I'm so happy that I included them.
So y'all could either pick. Everybody could talk about whatever you want to talk about. Y'all could talk about the white woman talking about if it benefits me, is it patriarchy or is it a helping hand? Y'all could talk about Dr. Chris Marsh trying to wonder why men say, if I don't have these family and these kids by this age, I ain't doing it. And or you could talk about
it's
real quick, wait, let me learn with this one more thing. Or you could talk about
I was going to talk about Chris Marsh. I was going to talk about Chris Marsh and why men said what they said at a certain age. Is because I had faced the same thing at 35. I'm not going to be raising fucking kids when I get 60. That's why
exactly
they said
what I said. Yep, exactly what I said. Exactly, but she don't want to know the answer to that for real. She knows, but I think she don't want to confirm. She don't want to. And by the way, remember this is a PhD researcher.
They need to be right.
Yeah,
Black women.
I agree. I agree.
Or y'all could talk about the begging ass women of color that's sitting in front of the white man, the white men, excuse me, begging them, trying to shame them. Why don't you choose us? Go ahead, y'all.
They've been doing that since slavery. But you saw that in Bell Hooks's book. Okay,
And I want
Polly Murray said the same shit. Okay,
But
um,
BGS James, when I like one of the first autobiographies I read was James Baldwin. James Baldwin talked about this, and he's homosexual. So he was the homosexual talking about how he would watch his sisters and his aunts and be wondering where they would be sneaking off to in the middle of the night while all the boys was hiding out in the country trying to find something to eat.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like down in Memphis.
He'll
So
be home for the white man.
yeah, so this issue has been going on for a long time.
Who you think they were shipped over here for?
Oh no, most definitely. That's why I say, like, in my opinion, I know the easiest way to deal with them is just to not sleep with them. Like, if you don't sleep with them, you don't got no problems. As soon as you go over there sleeping with them, as soon as you go over there sleeping with them, interacting, boy, you about to get trouble.
Who you talking about? The white man?
I'm talking about anybody. Like, the best way to deal with any women is just to don't sleep with them. Like, if you don't sleep with them, I've dealt with so many situations in the last couple of years with all different races of women because I'm not trying to sleep with them.
Okay, I years ago, it's got to be 30 years ago. I came up with what's called the taxi theory, right?
Okay.
If you get into a cab, okay, you can sit there as long as you want, talk to the cab driver, right? Because the meter's not running, it didn't cost you a thing, okay? As soon as that cab starts moving, puts that flag down, guess what? It's gonna start costing you, okay? You can talk to any woman that you want to, cost free, okay? As soon as you put your dick in her, guess what's gonna happen? That's when the flag goes down. That's when it starts costing you.
That's why, like, I'm not even complaining about them no more, big brother, because shit, I just don't deal with them.
Well, you've had enough. That's why.
Yeah, I'm full monk. Like, I ain't full monk. I deal with them, but I'm saying I don't really have sex with them no more. So
it's because you know everybody. This is the whole thing. Everybody thinks sex is free, okay? Until you have to deal with enough of it, and you know that shit ain't free. Even a pookie knows sex ain't free. That shit you got to do. If it's not money, it's time, effort, and emotional labor that you got to put in. G can tell you because he was a pookie, okay? Just because that big chick that you fucking that letting you play Xbox while she paying the bills, that shit ain't free. Okay.
And that big bitch want to fuck all day.
She want to fuck all day and on demand. Okay.
All day on demand. She want the meat.
She want the meat. Yeah. I'm not taking care of you for nothing. Okay.
Let me read this while y'all doing that. And Detroit says, I lie, I cheat, and I steal. Latino heat tax. Hysterical.
Yeah.
Yeah, Teddy Guerrero.
You get him because I came up because I wanted to address something because I heard Z call my name about the millennial chicks.
Yeah, I told you, BGS.
You know what? You dated them, right? Guess what, Z? I raised these motherfuckers, okay?
Yeah, you should have raised them right, BGS. We over here want to throw them off the goddamn edge of the cliff.
I can tell you, generations of women, these millennial women ain't built like that, okay? And Trump is gonna put.
You say they still fronting.
Yeah, of course they fronting. Just like that chick in the car. Talk about her student bills.
He's just student loan, yeah.
Student loans, okay. What can the patriarchy do for me, right? And she's just a bleeding edge, right? Trump, okay, you could be right. Okay, I'm not gonna say you're completely wrong because you could be right. But the thing is, Trump's gonna put your theory to the test. So far,
I think you're right about that. I think you're right about that part. I think you're right about that. She's Gen Z though, I think, BGS, but I think you're right about Trump putting that theory. That one we're on agreement with. I think Trump gonna put that theory to the test for real.
To the test. And I can tell you, in my opinion, because I know my daughters and I know their friends and I know my nieces, right? Them chicks ain't built like that. My mother is, maybe my sister is. I know my grandmother.
They ain't built for the cold.
But these chicks ain't built for the cold. Hell no.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it. Listen, that's what makes it perfect.
My generation, boomers, right? Boomers, maybe older exes, right? When that crack era hit, they want to get out on the street. They may be able. They were actually able to kind of actually be out there, right? But they would eventually find a man. These chicks ain't built like that.
let me do it. So we'll have Nema was trying to go, G, then you got it. And whoever wanna go in afterward. I gotta read this KMS comment after that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Nema. Go, and then
Let me
G.
read the KMS one, the KMS
Okay.
comment.
I'm
First of
gonna
all,
play the clip for him
thank you.
afterward again. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for the $20 holler, brother. He's saying, watching at double speed to answer the sociologist as far as men having a cutoff and women hoping forever for a long-term relationship. What women wouldn't wait forever to be taken care of? Men ain't afforded that luxury.
Let's play the clip for him real quick.
Forever. Forever. Forever.
Yeah, so it's really funny because when I wrote the book, I was talking to my mentor and I was like, since women dominate the category, I think I interviewed 62 people. I think 40 or 50 of those were women. So 19 were men. So you do the math. Mm-hmm. I could have written the book just about Black women, of course, but I didn't want to. And part of the reason why I didn't want to is because I think that it's not just a Black woman issue. Yeah, right. There are at least 19 Black men out there who have never been married, don't have any children. I interviewed them, right? At least, at least 19, right? There's one that was married. He had a child, so I'm like, we got to take you out of the data set. Like, why did you wait 75 minutes into this interview to tell us this stuff? Yeah. But anyways, but one of the things that was really, and I'm glad that I did, because that's when we started to normalize those non-romantic nurturing relationship. That was a gender difference that I saw show up. Another gender difference, which I thought is so fascinating, as I as a sociologist struggle with what this actually means. So the women were hopeful that they would get married one day, and for the men, it was just a matter of time before they did. And when I think about that as a sociologist, I'm like, so are Black men that I interviewed just choosing the lesser of two evils? So if we're talking about, how we need to pick and who we need to pick, we really should be talking to Black men sometimes and not necessarily talking to Black women. But Black women, they are all on us, like what we should and should not be doing. I agree. So I appreciate that I had the Black men in the book because there were some gender nuances that I picked up, and I'm so happy that I included them.
Marriage doesn't really benefit men for the most part, unless you have a kid.
But that's the real.
But that's not what they've been telling us for generations, though.
Because they think
I agree with you, BJS. I'm just saying. I agree with you.
Because they think that we're women. Okay.
Yeah.
It's what they've been taught that we're the same. Yeah. Okay. And men know that we're not the same because we don't get the same results. And guess who also say the same shit is the studs. They have to take care of women, right? Men and women are not the same. I'm not going to take care of you for the rest of my life because I'm not a man.
Hey, BGS. It's funny that you say that, right? It's funny that you say that because I said those exact same words. What's that noise? Hold on.
Somebody's opening something or got paper in the background.
But yeah,
can everybody mute up if they're not talking?
Yeah.
It might have been me. My apologies, y'all. Go ahead.
Oh, that's you, Z? Okay.
Oh, that's Big Zoe. Okay, my fault.
Z working in the background.
But it's funny.
Reckless is, we're not reckless right now, but yeah, we were. Go ahead.
It's funny that you say that. Like, it's funny that you say that though, BGS, because recently in my life, I'm dealing with two situations like with that lesbian shit, and it's funny because that's what they're missing is nobody wants to be a boy. And they don't realize how much we give to be with them. Like, in their mind, they're giving us something when they don't actually give us nothing.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for them to fathom, like, why ain't this shit working? I always tell them, because y'all fucking gay. Because y'all gay, and you're looking for somebody, y'all both girls looking for somebody to be the boy.
Well, let me pose
never gonna work.
Why do you think societally they basically shame tricks? Is because tricks bring the value of coochie down to a transactional level. Okay.
And on top of that, like, I've been reading, like, this is not new. Like, I've been reading Schopenhauer lately. Like, this shit not new.
No.
Like, I was reading Schopenhauer, and then I started reading some niche. Then I started reading Dostoevsky. You ever read Dostoevsky?
I haven't read Dostoevsky. Yeah, but
man, this shit, like, them niggas was MGTOWs in the 1800s.
A lot of your Stoics were MGTOWs in Rome. So
like a mug.
Like, what I'm finding out is this is the actual nature of all women. This
Hey,
is
can
not a
I?
black woman thing.
100%.
True.
This
Agree.
is the nature of when you
Yeah,
give all women what we have given women in the West. This is what they're going to do.
because okay, the thing, yeah, if you do, what did I say? If you change the environment, guess what you change?
The
The
women.
women.
Change the woman. Okay, culture is a mitigating factor because it's kind of hard to unlearn your culture. Okay, but thing is,
Mm-hmm.
second generation, if she's raised in this culture, in this environment, she's gonna be the same as everybody else.
And
I
that shit made me even understand like, and I don't want y'all to judge me. We're being intellectual. Please don't judge me. It makes
That's
you
cool.
understand the Greek conceptualities of love. When you read about the Greek forms of love and how did they live their life
Mm-hmm.
and what they were trying to do, it makes sense how they became homosexual. Like I'm not speaking from that sexual point of view.
Okay, you know why they started embracing homosexuality is because Alexander the Great got tired of hauling families when they actually went out to go to war. Okay,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
if you look at
Now,
Alexander, look, hold on, look at the movie Alexander, right? The whole group had to move with them. Okay,
yep.
but the thing is, it slowed them down and it cost more. So guess what? It's easier to take a boy who's going to be a soldier and leave the women at home. Okay,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and so
okay. I have
that's
a
what they
question,
started doing.
Not
real
not
quick.
to mention Alexander was doing that so much. His mom was like, "Are you gonna give me a kid?" Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but
Let me
I'm saying it will be easy, and it was easy for them to manipulate it with women's true nature. Like if you don't train boys to be self-sacrificing, they'll never get women.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
If
nah,
you
you
don't
treat them.
train
You treat
us
them
to be
accordingly,
self,
bro.
listen, if
let
you
me
don't
can
train
I
boys,
let me jump in. Let me jump in real
Uh,
quick.
All right,
Because I agree.
organization.
okay,
Somebody,
real quick.
wait. Somebody was trying to speak earlier.
That was
BJS,
me.
if you want to say something, and
No, no,
no
no.
Zulu. Somebody was before, and
It's
then you
it's
got to Zulu.
it's a different thing. Basically, you're talking about a different family pattern, right? The tribal family pattern when you have a tribe, and before they had mothers and fathers as parents. Okay, you had a different situation. Okay, when you had to start pairing people off and you start having expanding the tribal base, then you have to start having these roles for men and
Hmm.
women. It didn't exist before. But go ahead.
Okay.
Well, and
One
Wait,
quick.
not
I'm about to
Zulu.
bring
Zulu.
Jimmy.
You got it afterward. But somebody else was trying to say something. And you go.
let
All
me
right,
just
man.
jump in real quick because I
Mm-hmm.
agree
What
with
about me?
I agree with what G real quick. I think essentially what's happening is, at least in this culture, is that there's a baseline level of acceptable hatred of men, or just
Mm-hmm.
or right
Mm,
like that is not brought to the surface. And I think, and they were talking, psychologists were talking about this in the 90s, for the men's movement, that men across the world carry a lot of the aggression for women, right? We're holding a lot of their shadow aggression, right? And
Yeah.
so they can take responsibility for that, they are aggressive, that they can be psychopaths, that they can be just as evil as men, and also just taking responsibility for their lives, that like most of them do rely on people helping them, on the government, on something else, and they just assume that's the baseline level, right? And so I think, sort of to G's point, is that that's sort of been their nature. And I think that's biological because they've had to take care of kids, whereas
Mm-hmm.
men had to take care of multiple baby mamas, so to speak, right? So they have to focus more on the tribe than just the baby. I think the next level, now you can agree with me or not, is that women sort of learning those higher level morals and abstractions of justice and
It's not built into them, and that's what we're
exactly.
finding out with them trying to take on a man's role. Biologically, they can't get past that shit. Okay, that's why feminism is breaking down. Is because
because like
when you try to put a biological woman in a man's role, it doesn't work. Okay, that's what they're finding out. It's
and then
biological.
So, wait.
and
G, no,
as a
we
go
got
ahead.
we got to do Zulu. We got to do Zulu, and then we got Nema. Go. I'm sorry, G. You got to give me a second.
Oh, yes sir,
Zulu
yes
and
sir.
then
We just
Nema.
added. Go ahead. I'm not mad.
Go
All right,
ahead.
cool. I just want to ask y'all guys. It's to BGS, but most of y'all guys, do you think Japan is like a patriarchal culture, bro?
It is.
Mm,
I'm starting to think otherwise, because I got a lot of, cause I went to Japan. Japan. I've been talking to this guy for about a good minute, right? A good minute, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting, maybe that was, but I don't think so no more.
Why you
I'm doing
okay? Why you say that?
because I asked him questions, right? And he gave me two things, right? First
Mm-hmm.
thing was that I asked him necessarily who's in charge in his house, right?
Mm-hmm.
First thing he said, my father, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, are you sure about that? He was like,
That's patriarchal. Yeah.
You know, but then he said, well, not really. My mom really the one who kind of really run things, and I was like, explain, right? And he was like, oh, well, basically she pays what she has. Basically, she gives my dad an allowance, right?
Mm-hmm.
She controls majority of the money, and I was
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, all right, cool. I mean, like kind of thing. I'm like, to me, that seemed more matriarchal, whatever, right? And then he was like, well, you know, since my dad handles some decisions, but my mom handles a lot of the decisions in the house also. And the more I kind of kept looking at him, right? And the thing is, when I was over there, I was
Mm-hmm.
seeing bits of things that was kind of picking, like when you come from America, right? You got that like that that vision, like you guys see things
Mm-hmm.
that pop out to you in a lot more ways.
Uh-huh.
But I'm chilling with one of his family members, like I mean, in the sense that like what is it, like the dude basically like the most of the men were just relegated to like one side of the house, and basically the women basically had control the majority of the house. And then the more I kept
Mm-hmm.
kind of talking to him when I got back to the States, and he showed me a video or something. And I was sitting there looking at him. I was like, bro, I think y'all like I think y'all more in an American context, like in the sense like you got the patriarchal duties, but I think they really running a little
Well,
matriarchal over there on
okay,
y'all point. But
okay. Basically, those Asian countries are patriarchal father-led things. They allow women to
Mm-hmm.
do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
When women get tired of shit, the men set them bitches back in line. They sit down and shut the fuck up, just like the Koreans did.
Last word.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
all right then. Well, then I'm just going to say that fuck. I'm reading shit. He was
Last
sending
word,
to me.
patriarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You let
yeah.
her do her own thing. You let her do whatever she
It,
wants, and then but you have the final say, and your say is law.
as long as she plays her role the way you told her to play her
Mm-hmm.
role, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this
Mm-hmm.
is something that what's his name? Because Black in Japan, he said the same thing, right, about his wife, okay. And he's married. He's in Japan. He's married to an Asian woman, okay. Uh, as long as she does as long as she follows the role that she's supposed to play in that family, he allows her to do it because he's out working, okay. If she snaps off, he'll get her back in line, and the women will help her get her back in line.
But our situation different than that, though, bro.
Yes.
You
Because
gotta have a name after this.
no, go
But
ahead, brother, go ahead.
Go ahead, name.
Yeah. Well, a couple of things that as far as us trying to understand this world and everything, the
You
Greeks
gotta
had
have
that.
finish, G.
Was it? Yeah. What was that allegory? The Greeks have about the cave. I think it was
Mm-hmm.
was it
Plato.
Socrates?
Gyges.
Plato.
Mm-hmm.
Plato.
Gyges in the
Yeah.
cave. Yeah.
Yeah, guys in the cave, and like for G, I mean, think about it. You left the cave and you saw the real world. The others, they don't want to. It's like the Matrix, or
It is the Matrix.
yeah. But consider it this way, G. This is for G. I mean, because you talked about you've been to the Salah, listened to the khutbah of Sheikh Jamil. There's a verse in the Holy Quran that says it's chapter 13, verse 11. In it, it says, "Verily, the Almighty will not change the conditions of a people until they change what is within themselves." You know what I'm saying? Another example of that would be Paul. Does anybody remember Paul Proteus? I mean, BGS. He was on your show. He was on
He's
the
one of my
Coliseums one
friends.
time and
One of my
everything.
friends.
Yep.
I remember that. Yeah.
God rest his. All right. He mentioned this a couple. Z, can you mute up for a minute? Because I
Oh,
hear
my
the turning
apologies, yo.
signals. It's like throwing me off. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry about that. He mentioned this. Paul Proteus mentioned that one time he left his hometown just to get back, just to get out of there, and just to do what he needed to do to make him get ahead in life. When he went back and visited some of the old drinking spots he went to. The one bar where he saw everybody was. He said the only thing that changed was people just traded seats and everything at the bar. That's all they did. Otherwise, nothing else changed. And he's glad he got out of there. Some people are just trapped because they're
Most people.
closed-minded. Most people are.
Most people are trapped. Most people.
Yeah.
They done a survey. 80% of people never leave outside of like 20 miles of where they live.
That's true. I mean, and just trying to escape that is hard for some people. That's why G had to get out of there because he realized if he doesn't, he's gonna die. I mean, and
Oh no, you speaking? If I didn't leave, I was gonna die, bro.
yeah, no, I can tell
Like
you that from my own experience.
yeah, no, for
From
sure.
me, in my experience, I had to get out of Eritrea because I knew, even though I was born someplace, I had to get out of there because I knew if I didn't get out there, I was gonna die because I knew one. Being born out, because I was born overseas, I had a different mentality, and my individuality can never be accepted. even though I was my own unique, I know they were trying to beat me into conformity, a conformity that would be detrimental in the long term. And once I got out, I was able to, like, you know, really be myself. But once I came here, I also realized I got to also wear a mask because I know I can never be afforded individuality.
Our mask is always with us, bro.
It's not just in the mask is not just for ADOS folks. It's black men
No,
all
it's for
over the
everybody.
world.
You can
It's for
be
everybody.
even if everybody. If you don't want to wear the mask, go out in the wilderness by yourself. Be who you ever want to be.
Honestly, I remove my
G, give me a second.
mask.
Give me 1 second, G. Before you finish, G. Oh, well, actually, say what you're going to say, but after that, read this for me because it's actually kind of directed towards you. Go ahead.
Honestly, I only really remove my mask with you guys, and we're all kind of anonymous. So I only talk like this with you guys. Everybody else think I'm just another nigga at work. I go to work
That
and I
might
don't
not
even
be the
talk.
worst
Like
thing
I
in the
go to
world.
work, like when I go to work, I don't even talk to nobody. Like I go in there, what do I need to do? What truck do I need to fix today? What do I need to fix? What do I need to move? Move around, put my headphones on like I'm listening to music all day. And I really be listening to lectures, but I tell them I'm listening to rap all day because I don't want them to know how smart I am. Like, this shit's serious, bro.
I believe you too.
Like, this shit is serious to the point. That's why even when I did monk mode for the first time, I had to sit back and think for the first year, like, damn, I was right. She never ever gave me nothing. Like when you really sit up there and think about it, like since you've been an adult black man, have a female ever gave you anything?
I remember my brother
I
had
think
that
we all know the answer
realization
to that.
actually. Should I read this for you? Should I read it?
No. That's G. G, read this for me, please.
It
It's directed
says
towards you, kind of.
you got out of prison and your people have their hand. Oh man, I got out of prison and then I got out of prison one day. I had a job 2 days later and I gave my mama my check the next week.
Okay.
Just
Real
like
life
that.
shit. I got out of prison and my mama was like, son, I need help. Your brother in here, he not doing shit. Your dad fucking up. I got a job the second day at like a meat processing facility. I started working and I got paid the next week. I gave my mama the whole check.
Yep.
Just like that.
That's like Neiman in The Wire. After his dad was
Me and my mom
incarcerated.
had a weird relationship, but my mama told me to leave. My mama told me, she said, Conve, it's time to go.
G, you know what you need to do?
Thanks.
This is a friendly suggestion. You need to get on the ChatGPT and write your screenplay out or a TV show.
For real though.
Man, my story's not unique, bro. My story's not unique. There's thousands of me. There's 1,000 me, bro. There's 1,000 me. We just don't know them because we turn into Batman. It's 1,000 of me.
Story.
Yeah, there's 1,000 of me. I'm just a normal person working, trying to live. But I'm saying there's brothers who out here who are very talented and they're hiding because they're scared. They're scared because of all the harm and the bad decisions we've done before. So I don't know the right decisions to make. So I just kind of hide, bro. Like I don't know what to do. I've never had success. I've never been. Like I'm really from the slums. Like I don't even know. I don't have no connections. I don't know nobody I don't know nobody who owns a home. I don't know nobody who owns a business. I don't know nobody who has a decent credit score. So like I don't even know how to broach those subjects. Like my credit just got over 660. Like I don't know nothing, bro. Like I don't actually know anything but random information that I've learned trying to keep myself occupied. So I've read all these.
Hey, them random puzzle pieces be the best though.
Yeah, that's what I said. I've read all these books and I keep myself occupied because I know if I go back there, I'm gonna die. Like that's it.
I mean, only thing. I mean, to piggyback on that. I mean, oh, by the way, to Mike Johnson, thank you for the $5 support for the brothers. Thanks for the content. Here's something I think also we got to understand. Can y'all hear me?
You're good, Naaman. You're good.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes I get a little, but that silence kind of throws me off sometimes. Anyway, it's this
You know what the problem is? You used to everybody cutting you off, and there's a reason because you long-winded as motherfucker. Go ahead.
And I'm
Now
long-winded because
you
you
know
like
we
to
listening.
cut me
There you go.
off, motherfuckers. But
That should
anyway,
be more comfortable and more that's more familiar to you. There you go, Nana. Go ahead. Now you know we listening. Go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, well, that white noise does something to me. Anyway, it's like that content. That's the one thing that men have learned: how to be content with ourselves, how to be content with anything. Most women, they can't. They're always it's never ending, always needing more and more and more. It's like a baby bird in the nest, constantly begging for more worms. Mom, please feed, please feed, please feed me. That's what, and you realize this. I remember it was that's cold of you, Line. Yeah, but it's also just like, when we're trying to figure things out, you're trying to figure out who you are and what you are, and you're just trying to, and it's hard because nobody ever thinks about who you are. Who am I? Who am I?
When you're saying that, I'm thinking about Joel's song "Who Am I?" For real, like he really had a song on that. It's a really introspective song, actually. Everything from the instrumental to the delivery is actually very sobering. But yeah, no, that you're right. You're right. That is
But Naima, it's
yeah,
worse
that
than
is the
that.
question. Who
It's
am I?
worse than that, Naima. When you try to tell them who you are, they laugh at you. And then when you tell them, I remember the first time I told my family I wanted to have a farm, they laughed at me, bro, and told me I was stupid. Like, nigga, that's stupid as fuck. What a nigga gonna do with a farm? And I just looked at
farm.
them, and I just
What a nigga
looked
gonna
at
do
them,
with a
bro.
farm?
I told them that I want to get a farm. And then I told my dad, I said, man, I want to get on a boat and I want to sail around the world so I can see the whole world. He laughed at me.
Yikes.
But remember, there's for many people don't see their vision. I mean, like Jay-Z spoke about this with his uncle when he was rapping in front of his uncle, and his uncle was like, yo, get out of here. Like, right? So like people don't see your vision. Even your own family members. Wiz Khalifa made mention of this, right? And he didn't really mock or insult his father, but
and his father.
He like there's a number of artists that's, especially when it comes to art form, or things that people really can't see how you're gonna make money off of it, which for that as a parent or a elder or uncle or aunt, I could appreciate it, but especially when they don't see how you're gonna make money off of it or money in it. Oh yeah, you better believe people will be like, you want to do what? How you gonna make some money? Right? So
It's
yeah.
even worse. It's even worse when you come from immigrant parents, because what is that immigrant parents want their children to be? Either gonna. Z, do you have any outstanding warnings?
That is definitely not me. That was definitely not me.
It better not be.
I was waiting for you to say it. I knew it was gonna be you. That's definitely not Z. Z is cruising right now. Do not have police chasing me. Go ahead.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like immigrant parents, they always want you to be one of four things: a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, or you're going to be the family disgrace. And yes, I have to do this in a West African accent. But
hey, bro, is it Caribbean too? Caribbean, for real. What you just said, same thing.
All immigrants. Because that's the first thing. I mean, Maz Jobrani, the comedian, born to Iranian. He was born in Iran. His parents, when he immigrated to the U.S. as a child, his parents did not understand why he wanted to be a stand-up. Although he went and got a law degree, he went into stand-up but the parents were like, Maz, how are you going to make money with that? What are you? You're going to be a clown? What? And then when he got his first special, that's when they finally realized it. I remember when he had the interview with Gad Saad, he talked about that. And Gad Saad, small hat from Lebanon, he understood the same situation, although he is an evolutionary psychologist. Like, what are you going to do as an evolutionary psychologist? Be a banker or something like that.
You know what,
and
Nima,
to,
go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to say,
let's do after this. We're gonna have Better You. So finish up, Nima. Then Better You. I think somebody else was trying to speak, and then was that you, Mick Drumbear? I don't know who that was.
Yeah.
But yeah, Better You, and then whoever that is, and then we'll circle around. We got Line in here, so we got to get Line also.
Yeah.
We got about 30-ish minutes, y'all, because Z can't do reckless streams later on, and Mr. Z got to eat because Miss Z bought Mr. Z some food. So y'all go ahead.
Oh yeah, that stomach is growling. But to G's point. Take me, for example.
Alexa, play the clip of Malcolm X saying that brother starving. Go ahead.
Yeah. as far as the whole thing about who am I, it's important. I ask this question to myself sometimes because I have borderline personality disorder or emotionally unstable disorder. Part of that is lack of self-identity. Sometimes even if you ask me who I am, I said, I don't know. But I've also learned that with that, I can be anything, everything, and nothing all at the same time.
Let's pause for the cause right with that, Nema. But I think you saying I don't know is far better than a lot of people. I think most people don't know who they are, to be frank with you. I think, but you acknowledging that you don't know is a whole, I think that's a step above, right? In the evolutionary scale, if we're going to say that, that's a step above all the people that don't know and wouldn't have an answer for you and never actually been posed a question to ever think about the question to realize they don't know who the hell they are.
And to further that point, I remember my parents always telling me, be yourself. Please be yourself. However, when we got to Eritrea, I was like, you can't be yourself because there's this level of conformity. And this is coming, and then they're telling this to somebody who doesn't even know who he is or what he is. I've questioned every aspect of my own identity and realized, because I have this personality disorder, how it affects me and everything, I've realized I can be anything, everything, and nothing at the same time. I can constantly reinvent myself because sometimes having to make those changes keeps me from self-deletion. Whether I have to change my name, change my look, change anything, it's how I need to, it's a way to survive and overcome. And I learn more and more about myself anyway. And I gain that level of self-awareness, even though sometimes I lose it, but I regain it back somehow.
But it's so hard, Nema. It's so hard, Nema, because
let me read this real quick, G. And JL West, thank you for the super chat. He says supporting the stream. Thank you for the super chat. Finished up with that, G, because we got other people in here. We got Lion in here, so we're gonna circle around. Y'all know Mr. Z got like 20 minutes. Look, we got 20 minutes. Mr. Z got stuff to do. I cannot do regular stream this second half. Go ahead.
No, I feel what Nema's saying in that search for self because you know your subjective identity that you come from this group of people and that this group of people is from here and this is what they do, but that's not actually who you are, and nobody can understand what you're asking. See, that was always my issue in the environments was I was always asking and nobody would answer. Like, and I would be like, man, you're not going to point me in the right direction. It will always be a ridicule of me and my deficiency instead of them trying to teach.
They be telling you what you are, not who you are.
Not who you are. Like, and you're trying to get a deeper understanding. And then I realized I come from a group that most of us probably don't have that understanding anyway.
Yeah.
And it's hard
Alexa,
to fathom.
play Knowledge Yourself by Black Star, please.
So let's do this real quick, G, because I'm gonna have to cut you off real quick, because we gotta keep on doing. To answer your question, Saint Cyr says Ms. Z said she got you wings, right? We need to know the flavor. It's actually just regular fried wings. She went to like around the way restaurant. It's just wings and fries, just standard issue.
But I'm gonna land with it real quick, Z. I'm gonna shut up. But this is what I realized, Nema, and I'm saying it a different way than you saying it. That's true freedom. They actually freed us. Like I realized, I had to realize that I'm really free. Like I'm not beholden to no culture. I'm not beholden to no group. Even though I'm proud of my lineage, I'm proud of Martin Luther King. I'm proud of Malcolm X. I'm proud of Paul Robeson, and I'm proud of Huey. And I'm proud of my culture and my lineage. I'm proud of even some of the people that I'm not connected to, like Patrice Lumumba and what's his name? Yeah. I'm even
you said it right. You said it, Lumumba. Yeah.
Lumumba. Yeah, I'm even proud of them. I'm even proud of what I am. And I realize that I'm free and I don't have to be like I am what there is to be. Like this manifestation that we're making ourselves, this is actually who we are. And maybe we need to give a name to it because everybody else has a name for what they are. And that's what I've been struggling with being myself in existence with everybody else telling me what I'm supposed to be and feeling like that I'm not.
So let's do this. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. G, thank you for that. G is like the epitome of the hood scholar. I swear. I fucking swear. Right? So let's do this. McDrummer Bear, I think you wanted to say something. Lion, you wanted to say something. So y'all go eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and which one of y'all want to go first? Go ahead.
It was supposed to be me, man.
You know what? Better you. You know what? I'm sorry, y'all. It was supposed to be better you. I'm sorry, but better you. Go ahead. We'll get better you. Lion, then McDrummer Bear. I'm sorry, McDrummer Bear. We gotta hold you all for last, but go ahead. Better you, and then Lion.
So I'll be really quick because G actually said it first. That reminded me of this, but your soliloquy about home, like it doesn't surprise me that we oftentimes can't do certain things with the people who know us best and family. There's a verse in the Bible at the start of Jesus' journey. Basically, he goes around Nazareth trying to work a miracle, and the whole story concludes with him leaving Nazareth to say he could do no good thing there. Sometimes the people who know us best, they only see and contextualize us through a particular lens, and they don't allow us that dynamicity in our character and our makeup to be able to even envision us as something other than whatever context they know us as.
Yeah. Let me address this real quick, better you. So, Addo, if wherever Nameless is, I think this is Nameless' whole message right here. And Addo says, facts, by being outcasted, we were liberated. I think this is Nameless' whole thing that he's been telling us forever now. But especially when he pops up on the channel, where he throws the the smoke bomb, and he pops up on Z's channel. This is Nameless' message, if I understand him correctly, right? So going to what Addo says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, and once again, Addo Art says, facts by being outcasted, we were liberated. Yeah. Going to what G is saying, going to what Nameless says, if I understand Nameless correctly, going essentially to what Better You is kind of saying. So yeah. Yeah, and thank you for that once again. I think you summed it up too watchful. I did not forget about your super chat. And Better You, were you finished?
Yeah, I was finished. Appreciate it, brother.
All right. You're definitely good. Bro, it's always great to talk to you. Lion, go ahead. McDrama, we'll have you in a minute. Go ahead, Lion.
Well, good. Good. Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. To build on what was just being, no, I'm good, man. But thank you for playing my clip forever.
Bruh, I just kept it in there. It's gonna be in a rotation for a little while. We're just gonna keep it there for a little while. Yep.
Please. No, but
it fits.
As far as being outcasted, honestly, were you ever really accepted? You have to be accepted in order to be outcasted.
So in other words, it's not that you were outcasted, it's that you woke up to that you were never accepted in the first place.
No, you really weren't.
Yeah.
What do they call us? What do they call us in the books? They call us indigo children. We don't belong to nobody but humanity. So we were born in a family that don't belong to nobody but the world.
Wait. And then if what you're saying is true, then that's exactly what Nameless is saying. Then I did get the right reading of what Nameless is saying.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, that's how we
feel
because accepted. It's like what the brothers said. Like we were never even outcast. We were never part of the group.
I think that's the truth. I think that's the honest truth and the underlying of it. But that's the part that gets me so frustrated when I hear other black men explaining themselves to anybody, especially black women, about who they date and what they do and where they go. I'm glad they're not asking me that question. I was like, who the fuck are you? That would be my question. Who the fuck are you? Who says I have to answer to you to what I do and where I go and who I be with? Why? Who are you?
Oh, you mean if Dr. Chris Marsh asked you?
Yeah.
Why aren't you?
But there was another.
Wait. Go ahead.
There was a video that I'm in his Discord. There was a video that shared, and it was J.R. Wisdom. He was covering it, and this actor, I think he's like a B-list actor, and he was talking. These other black women talking about why do black men date? Why do black men date outside their race? And my one question is, who gives who the fuck said? I was like,
no, you gotta dig in though, Lion. You gotta dig. See, this is the thing. I get what you're saying, but I gotta hit you at a certain pause. I gotta hit you at a certain angle when I answer the question. And the question would be, why wouldn't they? Because you gotta sit with that question. See, when you ask, if you put that back on the black woman, what do the rich? Because essentially that's what they saying. What do the rich niggas date and marry out? And the question would be for me, which is a perfect answer, but why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And you see what that does? Because then it tells you, and what have black women shown you that they give a fuck about black men outside of rich niggas?
I mean,
why would?
Fine, I'll give you one name.
But that's what I'm saying. But I'd be like, but that's what also builds on the question. Like, who are you to question me? Because at the end of the day, like I thought we were all broke on the DL and or sperm donors.
Say that.
So what if we are all these things? Why the hell do I have to? Why does any of your questions matter?
But
I
that's
mean,
the
half of
thing
y'all don't
is,
like black men. Y'all don't like black men anyway. I'm like, why don't y'all just go? If y'all love white men so much, go ask them why won't they date y'all?
hey, listen, bro.
Let me play it real quick, G. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Here we go.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shang Tsung. We got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
There
Hey
you go. Go
Zoe.
ahead. Go ahead.
Hey Zoe.
No, I
Shout out
don't
to
think
Ed.
Ed is ever going to top that damn short.
Bruh,
Hey
when
Zoe.
that nigga said
Hey Zoe.
$4 value, that shit killed me. Go ahead,
Zoe,
G.
we
Go ahead.
talked about this years ago,
The
though, Zoe.
Shang Tsung had me dying.
Bro,
Zoe.
everybody
Hey,
always
look,
mentions
Zoe.
that. Go ahead, G. Go ahead.
We talked about this years ago. The
Mhm.
truth is, they done already went over there with the white boys. They sent them back.
Thank you. Yeah, no, you're right. Let me play it for you, G. Maybe you ain't see this clip earlier. Let me play it for you.
In honor of me graduating
Begging ass broads.
The white guys are pissed because they telling their game. The
Thank
bitches
you.
telling my game.
But Black Uru,
Why y'all telling our game out here? We running through y'all out here. What the
Right.
fuck is up?
but Black Uru, the white boys don't even care. Like, no, I got white friends. They don't give a
No,
fuck what them
they
bitches
don't
talking about.
care.
Thank you.
But
I've always said that.
They don't care.
but they're on the screen. I'm
Reality
describing that
TV.
scene.
Yeah.
I know they don't care. I'm describing that scene. The look on the
Yep.
faces of those white men as bitches. Why y'all
Mhm.
telling our game?
Really,
Yep.
I think the white boys look like they wanted to bust out laugh and they just didn't want to get judged for it. That's how white think. Listen,
Yeah.
it's hard for brothers
Because
to
they
understand.
know that they don't necessarily want it to be known what they're doing or it being, even though it's known, certainly known amongst them, but they don't want to necessarily be on camera with that
Oh
shit
no,
being
they smart
Wait,
enough
wait,
not
wait,
to
wait,
be
wait,
on
wait, wait, wait,
camera.
wait,
They
everyone, wait,
smart
wait,
enough for that.
G, wait a minute. I gotta play this real quick, going exactly to what Black Guru said. I mean, like literally pinpoint what Black Guru just said. So I'm gonna play this real quick, and then we'll come back. Mrs. Z gotta extend this a few more minutes because Black Guru then came up here. So we're gonna extend this a little bit longer, but Mr. Z cannot go past on the East Coast 4 o'clock. So we're gonna play this real quick, and then Black Guru got it. G, if you want to say something, but remember we gonna extend them maybe another 10 minutes. But here we go, y'all.
Real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy. Gosh,
Where's the
there
clip?
were 2 points, but I'll just respond to the latter one. I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about the reason that black females may be more confused about the system of racism, white supremacy, and practices it. And I said I thought the primary reason was that we don't experience the more violent forms of it. No, that's secondary. Primary, this is really key. People really need to, I hope people will hear this, and I hope people will believe this. Some people know this. The primary reason is that black females are either the primary participants or secondary participants, meaning that their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their friends, somebody they know who's a black female is engaging in sex with white people. Our minds are more mushy because we engage in more sex with white people than black males do. And that seems to be the reverse of what is the case, because on the sidewalk, you see a whole lot more black males with white females than the reverse. But there's a whole lot. There has always been since slavery, there has always been, continues to be, in office buildings, in houses, everywhere you can possibly think of, lots and lots of sex between black females and white men. The key is that it's real hush-hush. It's real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy so that we don't even know the devastating effect other black people don't even necessarily know, where all those defensive statements are coming from black women, because people don't know she's been in the bed with a white man. They depend on the secrecy of that, and they don't want it exposed. Hush. It's real.
So go ahead, Black Guru. Going exactly, and that was a black woman saying that, by the way.
Well,
Go ahead, Black Guru.
you've been privileged, I'm putting that word in quotations, to be in environments with white men, and you've been sort of elevated to this professional status with them. They reveal a lot, especially over drinks at a bar. I've traveled a lot with white men, and then help them through some crises of sort. They can be very candid and very revealing of things they've been into. And, I learned, much to my chagrin and dismay, how so many of them in various stages of their lives had been in trysts with assortments of black women of all sorts, from the 85 on up to the 92s, in various different situations, all throughout whatever schooling they may have been involved and matriculated into, in certain various courses, forms of employment at the blue collar and the white collar level, not just the white collar level. There's a certain kind of element that you can never really know about this kind of that desire for whiteness or proximity to whiteness amongst many Black women, that if you have not been around white men, if you have not been around these different environments and have not had, some somewhat, friendly relationships with them, you won't really fully know and understand. But what you realize is, or what you get hints of, and I've advised this before, try to get a baseline of difference of behavior of women, of Black women, between when they're not in the presence of white men and then when they are in the presence of white men. And they will reveal certain aspects of their body language, the tonality of their voice, the laughing, the extra laughing, the extra smiling. It's quite evident. It's quite evident. And for a lot of brothers, it may be disheartening. But as that woman described, and, if you've observed me in this environment, over the years, and Roger Report's channel in particular, I've spoken a lot about this over the years, and to try to forewarn young Black men of the prevalence of this issue and the impact it has on your relationships with Black women, because it becomes a major fidelity issue. It becomes an issue very often of treachery in your relationships with them, and it's a hidden sort of treachery. It creates a lot of duplicitous behavior, and what you're trying to get me into something, or what's the real motives, and it could be at a political level, and it's a kind of trading of favors and positioning, and almost a form of like pledging. Everybody does a lot of talking about the Diddy pledging. All this focus on Black men trading favors with other men in the entertainment business to be on the come up. Nobody ever talks about all the Black women that's fucking all these white men in business and political positions to do their come up. Nobody ever talks about that. But it's all over the place. It's at all levels, the highest level.
Well, hasn't that been what it was sold for?
No, I already know that.
Go ahead. Wait. Let's do that. Let him land, and then you got to G. Go ahead.
Basically, didn't they sell the sexual revolution, like them having the power to use their sex to do whatever they want? That was sort of the selling point in the 60s, right?
No.
For rich white women, yeah, that's what it was. It was they weren't worried about getting health care or anything like that. Their concern about women's rights was so they can have sex with whoever they want, right? But that's sort of no. But I think the main thing is what we're looking at is sort of a double bind situation, and I'm sort of going back to how we're sort of freed by being ostracized from the group, and it's sort of relating to the girl, she's speaking Valley Girl, and how this whole thing is this hypergamous, the need to go up to the next level. It's because even though we get out of the burning house called the community,
we call it racial hypergamy over here.
Racial hypergamy. As soon as you get out, you realize there's nowhere for you to go, because either you be in this pyramid or you go into another bottom of any other pyramid you try to get in, right? Because you're not going to be able to get in another group, and they're going to let you run that group, right? And so we're in a weird situation where, as humans, the only way to do politics and get resources is as a group. And that's why we always keep coming back. And that's what the insanity is. It's like, we know we need a quote unquote Black community, but as it is now, it cannot function in a way that's going to bring any benefit to anyone within it. So I'll land.
Let me do this real quick. Wait. Else Active, send me that video, please. You said Catherine Lou speaks on this also. Send me that, please, because I've been following you for a while. Go ahead, G.
But this is the thing, right? Now, Z, we've been talking for years, right? I've been talking to you. Now,
yeah. Go ahead.
What has always been my synopsis on Black women? What has always been G's synopsis on Black women?
I think
that they just hold. That they just hold.
I was gonna say that they jump, but yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah.
So now
they're just doing what they want to do.
This is what I always tell brothers, right? This shit goes all. I used to talk about when I read The Destruction of Black Civilization, right? This is by one of our great scholars, and he talked about how when the Portuguese got to the Congo, that the daughters of the fucking chiefs of the Portuguese could not wait to fuck the white boys. And on top of that, he talks about how they fucked the white boys so much, they made a class of people from these people that started being the slave overseers of the kids. So the mixed breed, this is where all of this shit comes from, is them fucking the white boys. It talks about it in the history, like there wasn't no fucking war for slavery. It was intermarriages between the Africans and the Portuguese and the Spaniards that made the first classes of slave owners. And most people don't know the history of slavery. This is why I always tell brothers, we've been deceived by this black love issue that we had in the 60s, because it was never like that. Whatever we think, man, whatever we think went down with the black love shit, it was never like that. Black men, it was never, even when you think about, when you read about the great black rulers like Hannibal and them, their wives wasn't black. Their wives were Armenians and from different Phoenician groups. It was like all of the black kings never had a black woman. When you start looking into the ethnicities of this shit, like, even when their women come from their tribal cultures, and once they get to America, the first thing they attempt to be is the ratchet hoe. This is their thing. This is like, that's their, for our culture of women, their highest aspiration of woman is the Jezebel.
That's fine. Hoes are useful.
That don't make nothing wrong with them. That doesn't make nothing wrong. They're still people. They still can be nice and caring and loving and all of that. But I think we've been brainwashed in that these women have never been our women.
No, they're
these women
not.
have
They're
never
not.
done that. That's why I ask every brother to think, since you've been a grown man, has a woman ever gave you anything? Like, I had to really, it was easy for me to go monk mode because I had to sit as a grown man and think, like, has a black woman ever gave me anything?
Let me read this from real quick. Let me read this from Two Watchful, and you got it line. And Two Watchful says, "God bless us black." I think you want to say black men, or bless you kind of ended. I don't know what happened, but anyway, I'll just go with that. God bless us black men. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, line.
I mean, well, to what you were saying, this is why my expression this is why I get annoyed and frustrated at black men when every time they're having this conversation about why they do and what they do and where they go. Like, she ain't giving you nothing and she don't care anyway. Why are you explaining yourself? You don't owe her no explanations. Because it always seems like some stuff like you're trying to negotiate where you get to go. Like, you're asking for permission. I don't need your fucking permission. The fuck out of my way.
I agree with you on this. I think it is very psychological. I understand it. I think I understand the history and why we are the way we are as black men. But yeah, and I think that's BGS's whole project. Shout out to BGS. But yeah, so no, I agree with you. And I think that's what Nameless is telling us.
There was a terrorism.
Wait, let's let Black Guru go, and then whoever that is that was trying to speak. Go ahead, Black Guru.
Sorry, Black Guru.
I mean, you can't have a conversation about what Lion presents without talking about, like, the terrorism that was visited upon black men in particular, who dealt with white women in particular. I mean, that's sort of like the specter over everything. You don't have that history. You know, I mean, I'm not aware of any history of, let's say, the lynching of, white-looking Latino men from having, sex with white women, or Italian men. I don't recall them being lynched for having sex with waspy white women. There's a particular history of terrorism that was visited upon black men that everybody plays off of. White people obviously, like white men in particular, play off of it. Black women play off of it. A lot of that guilt tripping is about that particular history. So, and I'm not saying it should guide or inform whatever choices you make necessarily, But, it is a part of the environment for which those arguments are being made.
No, most definitely. And I think that
I agree.
that thing is unique to our culture. Like that thing right there, that miscegenation laws and stuff, that is something that has really been for a large part of history only unique to us. Like the African men was mating with European women. Asian men were mating with European women. They have whole subgroups of people called your Asians, your Africans. Like when you read into the history of this, we have really, like, our particular group of people have really been shaped by this thing in our history of where we come from. But far as black men, we don't realize that the woman didn't come into slavery with us. So for a lot of us, we think that these women were in the field picking cotton and shit with us, and they wasn't. When you really learn about slavery, it was mostly males until the last like 50 or 60 years. There wasn't really no girls. So there wasn't really nothing to worry about, because for the most of slavery, there was no girls until they started outlawing slavery in certain parts of the world. And then they had to bring women to breed more slaves because you couldn't import them no more. Because there was never no war. It was all trade agreements. It was no war for nothing. The people we call the Fulani and the Ashanti, nigga, they sold us. And what's going on now is they're mad at the deals that they got from selling the slaves, and they're trying to restructure the deals they have with the Europeans. So we are actually, us that were born in this hemisphere from Haiti on west, we are a particular group of black people that got exiled from our homeland. And the shit that happened to us was unique. Like that shit was unique that happened to us.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So all of us from the Caribbean, from the U.S. Virgin Islands, from North and South America, because most people don't even know slavery. Nigga, North America was the last part of slavery. It was South American slavery for hundreds of years before North American slavery ever happened. And there's stories of people that got off the boats and left and made whole empires in South America and shit. Like they made whole kingdoms. They were fighting the
Paraná in
Europeans.
Brazil.
Yep, and the Congolese, they were like, we don't understand what really went on in Africa was a bunch of betrayal of the royal peoples. Yeah. And they were getting rid of the people. They were partnering up with the Europeans, mating with them and making a whole nother class of people and subjugating one group and kicking them out. And that's who we are.
Also, think, you got to think about this. When they were selling slaves to the Europeans, by the way, a lot of people forget it's not always just the Portuguese who were also involved.
Name it when you're done. Read this for me. Go ahead.
Oh, the Dutch and the Scandinavians were
the
Scandinavians. Let me wait. Yeah, Spanish, but people forget. The Virgin Islands, especially the U.S. half, they were under Danish rule.
Yeah.
A lot of Scandinavians don't want to admit about
Guyana
that.
was a Dutch, but this is what I'm saying. It's even deeper than that.
Guyana was British, then Dutch.
Yeah, people don't even know that the first forms of slavery was the Europeans in South America sending those people to the islands. Like the Europeans got to South America, not the Caribbean, because that's later in history.
Okay.
Like that's a whole different part of slavery. The Haiti slavery from Haiti and on. There was a slavery going on in Brazil when the Portuguese caught the Brasilia and they took it over. They were taking those black natives and sending them to island chains.
Especially from Angola. Afro-Brazilians, they have this strong relationship or this sense of kinship with Angola. I mean, in the Brazilian
that's where many of them come from.
Yeah, there's songs. In fact, in Brazil, in capoeira songs, they talk about Angola in certain ways. There's a song about going back to Angola.
Yeah, but but this is what I'm saying. There's a whole nother
what you're
part
saying.
of slavery. Listen, there's a whole nother part of slavery that don't got nothing to do with Africa, because they killed those people's languages and shit. Like they, you know what I'm saying? You call them Native American, but they wasn't really Native American. There was no America. They were just people that were here. And Haiti is in a whole different part of the world than Brazil. But the first part of slavery and shit took part in Brazil, not North America. But they were fighting wars with those cultures of the Toltecs and all of those people, they were fighting wars with them. The Reconquista, like most North Americans don't know nothing about slavery for real. So they think all the slaves came from fucking Africa. Like, no, bro, what do you think the Africans were helping the Europeans enslave people, nigga?
And the Africans, a lot of them who were involved in the slave trade,
Yeah,
what were they
are
trying to
the
get
slave
at?
traders.
The slave traders. Hold on, wait.
Wait, let Damon land on that, and then we gonna have him read this. Go ahead.
Understand? Let me read that from Joe's. He says, "White dude's face, you have me though. The F? What more do you want from me?"
Quick. Let me play it real quick, and then.
That was that look. That was that look. He had that scheming white boy look. That I done scammed on this black pussy look. Yeah, that's that look. That's that look. That's that look. You know. And if you dealt with them and you been around them, you know
external
that.
silence. You had to face some external silence.
So he had that kind of guilty look, like, oh shit, you telling my shit.
I mean, she ain't going nowhere anyway.
Yeah, no, she not. Go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Real quick. Go ahead, Black Room. Name her, then you got it, Leon, and then better you. Go ahead.
After that encounter, them dudes was fucking on them women. So we know, probably later that night. Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead, name it. We got to make this quick. Mr. Z got like 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Let me read this out from Leon. Leon, thank you for the $5. He says, white population is 112 million. White women is 81 million. Black men are in reverse nature. 112 competing for 81 million, and 31 million don't want the B-dubs. Stop the bullshit, Z. Stop the bullshit. Anyway.
Hysterical.
Yeah. And there was a particular person in chat. I put him on mute because he didn't understand even when Black Guru said Italians and Irish, Southern American whites, Latino, Hispanic, Middle Eastern whites,
Mediterranean,
and some Eritreans and North Africans all identify
ethnic
as
white
and I'm talking about ethically white.
Ethnically white, ethnic white people. Armenians, Transylvanians.
Anglo-Saxons. So when you extrapolate the numbers, what America shows, and my mom had to show me this. She was like, "No, you have to extrapolate the numbers," and it's a little over 112 million Anglo-Saxon males to 81 million Anglo-Saxon white women. So how they perform in society when it comes to women is different from how we perform because we're the minority to our women. So even the idea when you think there's 31 single white guys looking at a black guy with a white woman that's not is non-Hispanic or Latino, she is WASP. It creates such a like that's the real shit. It's not like, oh, he's dating a Latino. You know what I'm saying? That
It's the
has to
escape
play.
to whiteness. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So
G go real quick, and then Leon finish up, and then we get G, and then we get Better You. Go ahead, go.
Even when you have 31 something million more whilst white guys. So, and they still don't want other groups of women because they understand the caste of whiteness. You know what I'm saying? And we can all break it down as WASP. Then you find small hats, Irish, Italian, and at the bottom are colored whites and Latinos. Then you get into the Asian, the whatever, the San nigga, Southern Americans, and what's at the bottom is black people. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they perform their caste system pretty much. And I just wanted to kind of extrapolate some of those numbers that my mom showed me.
No, and most definitely. I want to comment on the caste system he's talking about. That's so real. And I think that
we gotta have that Better You after you. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, North American black men are confused about what's really going on in this sexual mating thing. When I used to tell brothers this shit, was all about sex, they used to look at me like I'm crazy because they were trying to give the women intellectual properties. And I'm saying this shit is all about sex. But what the brothers don't understand is we're the only group of males that's being miscegenated against like that. Like everybody else looking at us crazy because we kind of take the miscegenation internally, because when we learned about having pride for ourselves, a lot of us learned that through like the Black Power, Black Love movement. That's the first thing that gave us loyalty to where we thought.
And the first thing a black woman tell you is don't have sex with them white girls.
We thought in our mind that this meant that they were loyal to us. But even though we seen Maya Angelou and them, we seen all of this shit going on.
True, wait, let's let Black Rule get that.
Any criticism of the behavior, the sexual behavior of black men, you got to put first and foremost the specific terrorism.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm doing, big brother. That's what I'm saying. It's unique to us. It's unique to how we function because, this is a thing that's unique to our group. Like a lot of other groups didn't have this thing enforced upon them. So the stigma we have behind sticking with black women and black love and this whole idea of this black thing is particular to us because we had, like, I don't understand it because I was born after the stuff. Like I was born after the brothers gained us our rights to be who we are. Because essentially the brothers gained us our rights to be human in this land. So I was born as a human in this land, not a man fighting for his self-actualization. So that's what we have an issue fighting. The disconnect between the generations is a lot of brothers born back then gave us the rights we have now. And I appreciate those brothers so much for giving us that freedom to be men.
Let me do this. And I'm sorry, G. I gotta cut you off because Mr. Z gotta go, so we gotta get Better You in, and we gotta wrap up. So Better You, go ahead. I'm just goddamn it, G. You always come on the days when the nigga got shit to do, and I gotta rush.
No, I'm sorry, bro. I'm just
no, but you're doing good. That's what I'm saying.
That's what we're all trying to reconcile with our older brothers, is that we understand that them brothers had different laws, and we're all trying to figure out how to be. Because the world did that uniquely to us. It didn't do it to nobody else. So when we talk about the history of slavery and shit, like, Simon Bolivar, all them niggas was mulattoes.
Dude, let me let Better You go. And you're right. You're right about that. Actually, go ahead, Better You. Goddamn, Better You. It's gonna be a hard act to follow BRG. Go ahead, Better You.
First of all, you ain't gonna set me up like that. What
right? Go ahead.
How about brother man G's cooking, man? I
right. You see what I'm saying?
That he kind of said it and said it better than I could say it. So I'm just I got my popcorn at this point.
Right? But I mean, no, and so let me say this. There's reason why I'm covering this is we have a lot going on in America. As I was saying earlier in my monologue, America is changing and it's changing fast. There's a lot going on. The white folks they're trying to one more ride out with white supremacy, right? That's what it looked like. They trying to one more. China's on their ass. China's ahead of them. China's on their ass. Europe is falling apart. Russia pretty much won this, right? So America's like, well, nigga, what the fuck is going on? Okay, fine. So you have a bunch of women of color that have been used to an empire, not in decline, but an empire that spans the world, that controls the world sea lanes, reserve currency of the world, petrodollar, all of that stuff. You order something on Amazon, that shit on your door in a few hours, if not the next day. Okay. As the world changes, as some of these things get more expensive, as we go through the American version of austerity, et cetera, recall and remember what these women are on and what they're about. That does not mean they don't find you attractive, black men. That just means that they don't necessarily see you the way they see the white guys. I want us to move accordingly. As Charles Faulkner says, I don't want us to be red pill for black women and blue pill for non-black women. As y'all could see, the Middle Eastern woman, as Naima said she is, she was
South
out here.
Asian.
Why don't you South Asian? Oh, sorry, real quick, South Asian women, just like the black women, she put on the Valley Girl voice too, and I just want y'all to see me for my real me, yawn. So I want y'all to appreciate this. The black women, none of them sisters was necessarily ugly. The second sister really was kind of cute. The South Asian chick, she wasn't necessarily unattractive either. And all of them is looking at are looking at the white guys like, please choose me. Why didn't you didn't choose me in middle school and you didn't choose me in high school? And why won't you choose me? They're still saying this, and you can see they're not in their teens. These are what mid-20, late 20-year-olds, and yawn.
Hey,
right? So I just
listen,
go ahead, G, and you got
this
G and then
off
Leon.
topic
Go
though.
ahead, carry on.
This off topic though. What we really need to do is all the brothers from the Caribbean, all the brothers from St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. Bart's, Haiti, Barbados, Jamaica, all of these stuff, Brazil and North America, we need to put together a petition and go to the United Nations and tell Nigeria, all of those West African countries, all of the European and Scandinavian countries, all of the Arab countries, y'all niggas owe us some money, bro. Y'all displaced us in this
for real though.
Reparations.
Because what's going on wrong with reparations is we not trying to get everybody. We trying to force the white people. We need to go to all of them. Like, fuck that. Y'all all was involved. Nigga, the Ghanans, the people from Ghana, the people from what we call Nigeria, the people from the whole North African Horn, Morocco, Libya, all of that shit was involved. All of y'all niggas is involved in this reparations shit too. We need to go to the American government. No, because this shit deep.
No, G, but no, you're here, but but I gotta end out, so we gotta get Leon to go. And
I'm going.
Go ahead, Leon.
All right, G,
you gotta come up. You gotta come up
need
next
to go
time I
to the
stream because
UN
I
for
might
reparations and
stream
not the
tomorrow.
United States.
Yeah, but that's the ADOS fight, and I agree with them on that one. But I agree with you that we need to hit up all them.
No,
I agree with you on that one.
The Haitians involved in that too. Y'all the ones who freed us, nigga.
Yeah, well, I get what you're saying with I get what you're saying. I get the ball rolling
too,
and with the Louisiana purchase.
Haiti.
That's true. But we gotta end out. G, y'all don't understand. I gotta end out. Let Leon go, please. Go ahead, Leon.
I would like to say is the one was the Negroes. It's nice being around you Negroes, and I would like to say to the young Asian lady and the black woman, I'm one of the 31 million within white cast that says I'm waiting for my blonde hair, blue eye, or green eye, waspy woman, pure, pure blood third cousin, preferably third. You know, I get a better deal on the third than the fourth, because the fourth has Latino in her blood, and I want a pure. What is the word when it's purity within? Yeah,
Pure
that
blood.
word. Y'all, yeah, pure blood. And I make up with the 31 million of single white guys, and I have to say, y'all can keep them sisters. We'll freedom for the Ukrainians that we have here in Texas. They're close enough. I can deal with it as a last
Let me
resort. I
say
just want to
this.
let y'all know.
Else Active sent me a video where it was one of the Man on the Streets videos, and a brother asked a white dude, would he date black women, and he it was clearly a no, but he did one of those and his friend behind him, who was a white dude, was like, hell no. He did the hell no. So it's clear, and these are younger white guys. These are not 50, 40 something, 30 something year olds. These look like they were in their mid or early 20s. So we already know what it is. These begging ass women of color could keep on begging the white dude. We already know about what's her name that I mentioned, the Indian actress chick, Mindy Kaling. Mindy Kaling. Yeah, we already know about Mindy Kaling. We already know about all these begging ass women of color chasing after the white dude. Y'all can frame it however y'all want. They begging ass women of color. I just want black men, as you go out there and you explore and you find a white woman for you that's on your program, make sure she's on your program. Make sure she's not one of them white boy rejects who's fucking with you now because Brad done smashed and tossed her out, right? And there's a reason for that. It's not simply like, oh, she fell for a white dude and they didn't work out. No. The white peen chase, that psychology that's behind that, you don't want that with you as a black man in the West generally and in America specifically. She will destroy your life. You will be in divorce court later, right? So just like there's brothers who say, I'm not following behind no D boy or no scammer. I would suggest y'all have the same type of energy, but a white boy rejects, whether that's a black woman, Latina, Asian woman, both South and East and Southeast Asian women. I would indigenous women, etc. Right. So let me pause right there. That's Mr. Z's peel. We're gonna end out right here because Z don't got no time. So we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Have a great rest of y'all day. Yeah, we'll check out other black manuscript content, other non-manuscript content for the love of God. And we're gonna end out with the clips. Everybody mute up. So we're gonna end out with the clips. And y'all have a great rest of y'all day. All right, y'all.
When did you realize that you were...
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my... I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
Yeah, so it's really funny because when I wrote the book, I was talking to my mentor and I was like, since women dominate the category, I think I interviewed 62 people. I think 40 or 50 of those were women. So 19 were men. So you do the math. I could have written the book just about black women, of course, but I didn't want to. And part of the reason why I didn't want to is because I think that it's not just a black woman issue.
Yeah. Right.
There are at least 19 black men out there who have never been married, don't have any children. I interviewed them, right?
At least.
I'm like, right, at least 19, right? There's one that was married. He had a child. So I'm like, we got to take you out. The data said, like, why did you wait 75 minutes into this interview to tell us this stuff?
Yeah.
But anyways, but one of the things that was really, and I'm glad that I did, because that's when we started to normalize those non-romantic nurturing relationship. That was a gender difference that I saw show up. Another gender difference, what I thought is so fascinating, as I as a sociologist struggle with what this actually means. So the women were hopeful that they would get married one day, and for the men, it was just a matter of time before they did. And when I think about that as a sociologist, I'm like, so are black men that I interview just choosing the lesser of two evils? So if we're talking about, how we need to pick and who we need to pick, we really should be talking to black men sometimes and not necessarily talking to black women. But black women, they are all on us, like what we should and should not be doing.
I agree.
So I appreciate that I had the black men in the book because there were some gender nuances that I picked up, and I'm so happy that I included them.